nation's eyes when anger prowls for prey. I've heard good people draw their lines and call it holy rage, but the cross was never raised to bless the stones we throw. And if mercy leaves the house, there's something wrong down in the soul. Words ain't bullets, but they can hit the same. And once a heart turns cold enough, it forgets what grace is for. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus owns the house, then hatred don't got no place. No room for hate. No room for hate. No room for hate. You can wave a flag above it, you can quote a verse or two, you can dress it up like justice till it almost sounds like truth. But outrage ain't righteous when it changes with the side. And you can't love your neighbor treating them like they're downrange. We're all image bearers, breath of God and dust. And you don't heal a broken land by teaching it not to trust. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus owns the house, then hatred don't got no place. No room for hate. No room for hate. No room for hate. Drag it to the cross, lay it in the ground. Let the blood of Jesus turn the whole thing around. Truth can still be spoken, courage still can stand, but rage don't get to rule the soul of a faithful man. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus owns the house, then hatred don't got no place.
Let revival start where the anger breaks.
Where the anger breaks.
Let healing rise up where the hurt gives way.
No room for hate.
No room for hate.
No room for hate.
No room for hate.
Not in Jesus' name. Oh, not in this house. Not in this heart. Not in His name. No room for hate.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@KLRNradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
And welcome in to the every 2-week Wednesday night edition of Bible Study here with Kingdom and Country. My name is Rick Robinson. I'm the general manager of KLRNRadio.com, news director and managing editor, Digital Beacon U.S. News, and also founder of Kung Fu Rick Productions and owner of KLRN Radio. Anyway, so many hats. However, for tonight, I decided not to wear one. It's kind of, I don't know, it's not really warm back here, but it's I still had to turn a fan on, so I decided to not cover the dome tonight. Anyway, so we are here. We are live, and since it is Bible study night, we're going to do things a little bit differently. Most of the night, you're going to hear folks talking about politics. Kingdom and Country is kind of one of those crossroad shows, if you've never checked it out before, where we talk about a little bit of both. And this one is one that has been rattling around my cranium and my brainium ever since the most recent attempt on Trump's life. So welcome in. Again, I'm Rick Robinson. This is Kingdom and Country. And tonight on Kingdom and Country, we're going to be asking a question that sits right at the intersection of faith, politics, church life, and everyday discipleship, which is kind of where this show lives. If God did not give us a spirit of fear, then why do so many human institutions depend on fear to not necessarily lead people, but to control them? So I want to be careful as we get this started, because this is one of those topics where folks can run off in 3 to 12 different potential directions before we even get the train out of the station. I'm not saying fear is always fake. I'm not even saying danger is imaginary, because there are times when it's not. I am not saying Christians should walk around pretending evil does not exist, because we are called to deal with evil when we see it, not to ignore it. That is not the ignoring it part and pretending it doesn't exist is not biblical, and it's also not very wise. Scripture is very honest about danger. David had enemies. Daniel faced lions. Israel faced armies. still does. The early church faced persecution. Jesus warned his disciples they would have trouble in this world. So the question is not, is there ever anything to fear? The question is, what happens when fear becomes the thing that is leading us or controlling us? Because Paul wrote this to Timothy, Second Timothy chapter 1, verse 7, for God didn't give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and self-control. That verse is not just something to put on a coffee mug or a Facebook graphic when the world feels heavy. That verse is a spiritual diagnostic. If the thing leading me is panic, rage, despair, hatred, manipulation, or some other form of control, then I have to stop and ask, whose spirit is that? According to Scripture, the spirit God gives his people is marked by power, love, and self-control. Not panic, not cowardice, not cruelty, not hysteria, not blind loyalty to men or surrendering our conscience every time somebody points at a crisis and says, you better be afraid. And that matters because fear is one of the oldest tools in the human toolbox. I mean, think about this from another perspective. One of the things that fed the Reformation, from Martin Luther King and those that came after, Martin Luther and those that came after, sorry about that, was the fact that they started to understand that the Catholic Church was using God as a mechanism of control. It wasn't about living a good life. It wasn't about making sure that you had Jesus in your heart and that you were doing what God called you to do. You were basically you were buying your way into heaven. The larger the tithe, the more donations, the more guaranteed you were to have a spot in heaven, which is the exact opposite of what Jesus says. As a matter of fact, Jesus is pretty simple. It is impossible for a rich man to get into heaven. It would be easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't like rich people. It doesn't mean that he thinks people that have money are terrible. It means people that are doing everything they can to find their money, hang on to their money, and then use that money to control other people are the bane of our existence. And we see that playing out everywhere. But again, we have to stop and ask ourselves, whose spirit is that, depending on how we're living, because fear is one of the oldest tools in the human toolbox. Politics knows how to use it. Corrupt religion knows how to use it. And I'll be honest, I am not a huge fan of organized religion because I have seen it over and over and over again. Media knows how to use it. Boy, do they. Movements know how to use it. Even families and communities can learn to use it. Just look at your HOA. Just saying. Fear can be a warning bell, but when fear becomes a steering wheel, you better let Jesus take the wheel, because somebody else usually has their hands on it when fear is the one driving. That is what we're talking about tonight. Not whether danger exists, it does. Not whether Christians should be alert, because we should. The question is whether we are being led by the Spirit of God or managed by the anxieties of men. So we're going to get into this from a political spectrum later, actually next week on America Off the Rails on Monday night. It was actually supposed to be this past Monday night, but the allergy fairy made a visit to me late in the day and I could barely breathe. So the material that we're going to be going over, will be taking this through a basic pattern from the political side, which is crisis creates fear, fear creates pressure, pressure creates permission, and permission often becomes power. But since we're doing this from a kingdom and country perspective, we're not stopping at the political machine. We're going to go back and touch on that next Monday. We are asking a deeper question. What spirit is at work when people are kept afraid, dependent, angrier, and easier to manage? Does that sound like anybody you know? Because how many people in the Democratic Party right now are terrified and afraid and angry, which makes them a lot easier to manage? So what if I told you fear can be a warning mechanism, but it's not meant to rule us? One of the mistakes Christians sometimes make is thinking faith means you never feel afraid. That sounds very spiritual. Kind of sounds like something the Dalai Lama would say. But it's not really what the Bible shows us. David was afraid. The disciples were afraid. The prophets had moments of fear. Timothy apparently needed encouragement because Paul reminded him not to shrink back into fear. So biblical courage is not pretending you are not scared. That is not courage. That is acting. Biblical courage is what happens when fear is real, but God is more real to you. So what that does is that allows you to overcome the fear. Courage, even in a non-spiritual sense, is your ability to do things in spite of your fear, not because you're not afraid. And this is the same in your spiritual life. David said it this way in Psalms 56, verses 3 and 4. And I'm using the web version of the Bible because when I have my little virtual assistant put notes together, when I go too scripturally heavy, he likes to tell me that apparently the NIV is still copyrighted and I can't pull that many verses. And this is the closest one to their language, that language that I've been able to find. So when I am afraid, I will put my trust in you. In God, I praise his word. In God, I put my trust. I will not be afraid. What can flesh do to me? Notice what David does not say. He does not say, I'm never afraid. He says, when I am afraid, that is honest. But then he tells fear where it belongs. When I am afraid, I will put my trust in you. And that is a uppercase Y, as in I'm going to put my trust in the creator of the universe, the creator of all things, in God the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son, who have called me to be what I am in this moment. That is the difference between feeling fear and being ruled by fear. Fear may knock on the door, but faith decides whether it gets to move in and start rearranging the furniture. And that is where we have to begin tonight, because fear is not always false. But fear is often misused and quite often abused. A parent can warn a child because they love them. A shepherd can warn the sheep because wolves are real. A pastor can warn a congregation because sin is destructive. A government can warn citizens because real threats exist. Warning is not the problem. It's when that warning becomes a manipulation. That's the problem. Because there's the difference between someone saying, be careful, danger is ahead, danger, Will Robinson, danger. And someone saying, be afraid and hand me control. That difference matters. God warns his people without enslaving them to panic. Human institutions often do the opposite. Politics says, be afraid and give us power. How often have you heard that? Give us control again and we're going to fix this mess. And then they never do. Corrupt religion says, be afraid and give us control. God says, do not fear, for I am with you. Those, ladies and gentlemen, are not the same voices. This is where Christians have to learn discernment. And that is a very fancy word, and a lot of Christians try to tell you what it means, but it's pretty simple. It's the ability to hear and follow what starts as a still small voice in your heart and in your mind. But the more you listen to it, the more you give it credence, the louder and the more constant and the more confident that voice is going to become. So again, this is where Christians have to learn discernment, because fear can come dressed as wisdom. It does it all the time. Fear can come dressed as patriotism. Fear can come dressed as safety. Fear can come dressed as religious authority. Anybody remember the Sadducees and the Pharisees? Those guys that Jesus wanted to have almost nothing to do with, and they were really, really mad about it. And the money changers that he drove from the temples. Fear can even come dressed as righteousness, but if the fruit of those things is panic, hatred, control, cruelty, cowardice, or spiritual confusion, we have to ask whether that thing is really from God. And I can tell you right now tonight, if those are the things that you are constantly being gripped of, that is not from your Father. Your Father did not call you to be a panican. I know that's a Donald Trump word. Why did you just say that? Because it's true. He didn't call us to be one of those things. He called us to be children of him. Jesus told us we would know a tree by its fruit. So if the fruit is fear or rage, and that fear or rage leads to bondage, maybe we should stop calling the tree holy just because it has religious leaves on it. That's not power. Love, that's not power. love, and self-control, that is fear wearing a costume. Once you see that, you start to recognize why fear is such a favorite tool of human-based power structures. Fear moves people quickly. Truth takes time. Wisdom requires patience. Discipleship takes, what's the word I'm looking for? Discipleship, it takes patience too, but there's another word I was looking for. My notes say formation, but I think that was an artifact from my note taker. But discipleship takes, I guess we're just going to say patience again, but fear can move a crowd in a minute. You've seen it happen. Somebody else fired, everybody's freaking out. That is why the next step is looking at politics, not to turn this into a campaign speech, but because politics gives us one of the cleanest examples of how fear gets used to move people. Politics uses fear because fear moves people, in most cases, faster than truth. Organized politics has learned something about, or actually learned something from, organized religion. It's learned something very old about human nature. Scared people are easier to move. If you can make people afraid enough, you can often get them to accept things they would normally question. You can get them to accept rushed decisions, moral shortcuts, censorship if the feared thing is called dangerous, corruption if it is framed as necessary, hatred if it's dressed up as protection, and expanded power if they are told this is the only way to keep you safe. How often did they use that line after 9/11? As we approach the 25th anniversary of said thing. Again, this does not mean every crisis is fake. That is a lazy form of thinking. Some threats are in fact real. Crime can be and is real. War can be real. Disease is most definitely real, but sometimes they use disease as a tool, and we saw that all through 2020. Political violence can be real, but now you're not really seeing, in my opinion, what I would call true political violence. You're seeing people that are being paid to foment fear because this is the thing that works. If they can make you tired of what's happening, if they can make you exhausted because of whoever has the reins right now isn't the people that they want to have the reins, and if they can make you exhausted enough, you'll just flip the lever and give them power again. And it's by design. So spiritual evil can even be real. The issue is not whether the threats exist. The issue is what powerful people do with fear once they have figured out how to make sure that you are living in it. That is where we as Christians have to be very, very careful, because politics does not merely ask for your vote anymore. Politics often asks for your fear. It asks for your outrage. It asks most of all for your loyalty. It asks for your identity. Remember, every couple of years we pick up our banner of choice and march off to war, defending our particular candidate of choice. It asks you to believe that if the wrong people win everything, you are finished forever. Remember, we've been hearing this for as long as I have been doing this. This is the most influential election of our lifetime. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. So again, sometimes they want you to believe that if the wrong side wins, everything is finished and you're lost forever. When politics gets to that level, it starts acting less like public service and more like a false religion. It gives you saints and sinners. It gives you devils and saviors. It gives you rituals of outrage. It gives you heretics to denounce. It gives you enemies to fear. Then it tells you that compromise, restraint, patience, and truth are luxuries we cannot afford anymore because this emergency is just too urgent. But Scripture gives us a warning here, and this is from Proverbs 29, verse 25. The fear of man proves to be a snare, but whoever puts his trust in Yahweh is kept safe. Now, I'm going to stop right here. This isn't part of my notes, but I want to remind you of how the name Yahweh is actually pronounced. It is spelled in English language YHWH. So in reality, when you pronounce Yahweh, You're actually basically saying, so what you need to understand, and this is something that will drive any atheist absolutely nuts. Remember how in the scripture it says God breathed life into you? What if I told you that the reason this is the only name of God that we are ever truly allowed to know is because by knowing this name, we face the reality and the truth of the fact that as long as we are breathing, with every breath we say his name. I said that to an atheist once, and they stopped talking to me. But again, the fear of man proves to be a snare. But that fear gets used all the time. That verse is political, whether we want to admit it or not. The fear of man becomes a snare. Fear of what? The other party? Fear of your neighbor? Fear of being called names? Fear of losing whatever status you may hold? Fear of being excluded? Fear of being punished? Fear of being labeled an extremist or a terrorist or a Nazi, because I've been called all of those things. Fear of saying the wrong thing. Fear of not being angry enough for whatever your side is currently angry about. And once that fear has you, if you give it that kind of control, it is then what is holding the wheel of your life, and it can steer you wherever that impulse starts making you feel like you need to go. So let me make this personal for us as Christians. A Christian can and should care about politics. I know a lot of pastors tell you, don't worry about it. We're not of this world. We're not from this world. We're not of this world. Our home is not here. But we're also called to be good stewards. Those two things contradict one another, because if we're not to worry about the world that is here and we are to focus on the world that comes after, then we are not following God's command to be a good steward while we are here. And this goes back to the parable of the talents. If we weren't called to be good stewards, then again, the guy who just took the master's talents and buried it and hid it until the master came back to get it, he would have gotten an attaboy. But he didn't, because he didn't use what the master gave him to make things better. And that's why I keep telling everybody, and this is probably one of the reasons why I'm not actively an associate pastor or a pastor in a church anymore, is because I kept headbutting with this very issue of none of this stuff should matter to us as Christians. And that's not true. Now, you can't let yourself get swept up in it. You can't let yourself get caught up in the frenzy of it, but you have to be involved. You have to be engaged. You are called to be. Why else would you be told that you are required to be a good steward of what God has given you? Why would God have taken the time to let Adam name everything that he created? Remember, God made all of it, including Adam, including Eve. And he said, now that I have made these things, I'm going to bring them to you one by one, and you are going to tell me what we're going to call them from this point forward. That is a crazy amount of power when you think about it. It seems like a really small thing until you think about the magnitude of what that is. That is the creator saying, this is yours. It is just as much yours as it is mine, and I want you to help me take care of it. And yet, as Christians, we abdicate that part of our responsibility all the time. Well, I'm too good for this, and I'm only focused on the day that I get to see Jesus' face. You know what? So am I. I'm focused on getting to see my brother again. I'm focused on getting to see my grandparents again. I'm focused on meeting the brothers or sisters that I never got to meet. But as much as I want to see those things, my work here isn't done, or I would already be there. And that's just the truth of it. My brother's already been called home. Whatever he was called to do has been completed, or he wouldn't be home. This is one of the reasons why, even though I am really, really one of those people that will wade right into the abortion fight and explain to people why I think it's a terrible idea, I also have to understand that God wouldn't allow these things to happen if they weren't going to be able to be used for his favor. And for a non-Christian, that is almost impossible to understand. But I need you to look at me for a second. Look at me. I am not a perfect person. One of my eyes were, hi guys, how you doing? But you know what? And look, it didn't get that way until later in life. It was that way when I was little, and then it was good for a while, and then it got worse. The reason I've never bothered to fix it is because I've only had surgery for a few different things a handful of times in my life, and I've died 2 out of the 4 times I've been on the table. I don't want any more surgeries, not for something that's basically a vanity thing. It just really is that simple. But again, we can and should care about politics because we're called to be stewards. A Christian can vote. A Christian can support a policy. A Christian can speak clearly about good and evil. A Christian can love their country. That is part of kingdom and country and the message that that I've curated here. But a Christian cannot let political fear become a false shepherd, because the moment politics becomes the voice we trust more than Christ, we are already in dangerous territory. If my political side can make me excuse lies, I have a problem. If my political side can make me hate my neighbor, I have a problem. If my political side can make me mock mercy, I have a problem. Now, I'm going to stop right there, because facing the reality that neighbors of yours and or mine might be illegal in this country doesn't mean that we hate them. Now, that is a popular tool of the left, is, well, obviously you hate these people because you care about the fact that they came into the country illegally. Why should I not care about that? Especially when a lot of them, at least the ones we hear about in the news, usually did bad things before they got here and usually have done bad things while they've been here. This goes back to something that I talked about on today's show for the Rick Robinson Show. This is one of those broken taillight moments. If they're fudging on the little things, they're probably fudging on bigger things too. If my political side can make me forget that the person across from me is made in the image of God, I have a problem. But I do have a problem there, because yes, these people are made in the image of God, but how many of them, when you see them, give in to this fear and this hatred that I'm talking against tonight, don't sound like they are coming from a spiritual place of faith, but more a spiritual place coming from the enemy. You know, one of the first things that terrified me about the they them thing, you remember the legion of demons that Jesus cast into the pigs? What did they call themselves? They them. They them. Now, I'm not saying we should use that as a point to assume that everybody that is suffering from this affliction, and it is an affliction, no matter what they try to tell you, is demonic possessed. But I'm also not saying that may not necessarily be the case either. But even if it is, that's above my pay grade. But if politics and your political side of your life can keep you in a constant state of panic, rage, and suspicion, then you might need to ask whether you are being informed or discipled. That is the line. Information helps you see clearly. Discipleship forms your heart. Whether we admit it or not, a whole lot of politics today is trying to disciple people. It is trying to teach them who to fear, who to hate, who to trust, who to silence, and who to follow. And it is also being used to teach people that just because we believe the letter of the law should be followed, that we obviously hate these people and we don't want them at all. And that's not it. I don't care who comes into this country as long as they do so legally. If you are coming into this country following the process to become a citizen and you become a citizen, I will cheer for you from the rafters. I do it all the time. Anytime I see somebody posting on X, it's been a long, I saw just one yesterday. Congratulations. Glad to have you. Good to have another American. And I say that all the time, because if you're doing it the right way, I have no issue where you came from. What I start to have a problem with is when we have folks that are supposedly in our government who keep swearing loyalty to the places that they came from. Folks like Omar and Talib and all the others that are, well, I might be in Congress, but I'm fighting for Somalia and I'm fighting for this. And then why are you not fighting for Americans? That's your job. It's your job, man. It's your job. Why are you anyway? But again, if your fear in your political brand is trying to teach you who to fear, who to hate, who to trust, who to silence, and who to follow, that's not power. Or not in the type that we're talking about tonight. And that is definitely not love, and it's definitely not self-control. That is fear wearing a brand name and a nice little tag to go along with it. And usually wrapped in a flag of some kind. So before we get too comfortable pointing that finger at politics, we need to turn the mirror around. Politics is not the only institution that knows how to use fear. Because the church world knows how to do it too. And isn't that special? And when fear gets dressed up in religious language, it can be even harder to recognize. So we're going to take a music break. When we come back, we're going to talk about organized religion and fear. And I do not mean the healthy fear of God. I mean the unhealthy fear of man wearing a clerical collar, holding a microphone, sitting on a board, leading a movement, or building a platform. Politics may use fear to win elections, but corrupt religion can use fear to keep people trapped, silent, dependent, and spiritually immature. This is a much deeper problem. If we are going to be honest, and on Kingdom and Country I always try to be, we cannot only ask how Washington uses fear, we have to ask how fear gets used in pulpits, movements, churches, and ministries too. But more after the break.
I've seen the fire in our nation's eyes when anger prowls for prey. I've heard good people draw their lines and call it holy rage. But the cross was never raised to bless the stones we throw. And if mercy leaves the house, there's something wrong down in the soul. Words ain't bullets, but they can hit the same. And once a heart turns cold enough, it forgets what grace is for. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus owns the house, then hatred don't got no place. No room for hate. No, no room for hate. No room for hate. You can wave a flag above it, you can quote a verse or two, you can dress it up like justice, till it almost sounds like truth. But outrage ain't righteous when it changes with the side. And you can't love your neighbor, treating them like they're downrange. We're all image bearers, breath of God and dust. And you don't heal a broken land by teaching it not to trust. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus got no place.
No room for hate.
No room for hate.
No room for hate.
Drag it to the cross, lay it in the ground. Let the blood of Jesus turn the whole thing around. Truth can still be spoken, courage still can stand, but rage don't get to rule the soul of a faithful man. There's no room for hate in America tonight. No room in the home where the children need the light. No room in the heart where the Savior's supposed to stay. If Jesus owns the house, then hatred don't got no place.
Let revival start.
Oh,
Where the anger breaks.
where the anger breaks.
Let healing rise up.
Oh,
Where the hurt gives way.
no room for hate.
No room for hate.
No, no room for hate.
No room for hate.
Not in Jesus' name. Oh, not in this house. Not in this heart. Not in his name. No room for hate.
Yes, I know when I cheer dance, I look like a Muppet. I don't really care. Anyway, welcome back into the program. So before we went to break, we started working through all the different ways that fear is being used as a tool, both in organized religion, politics, and pretty much everywhere that you can possibly think of. I honestly don't know if I'm going to get through all my notes tonight, but as usual, I may have over-prepared, but it's okay. I'm always afraid I'm not going to have enough, and then I get into the flow of things and start vamping more than I plan to, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm only at the halfway point. We only have 15 minutes left. Anyway, so better to have too much material than not enough, I always say. But again, before the break, we talked about politics, not because every political concern is fake, not because Christians should ignore the country, especially that part, because most churches tell you to, and not because there are no real threats. We talked about politics because fear is one of the fastest ways to move people without forming them and teaching them to use wisdom and discernment. Now, before the break, we started turning our sights to organized religion. So let's say this clearly. Healthy faith warns people. Corrupt religion controls people. And there is, in fact, a difference. Jesus warned people we should not soften that, because he did. Jesus warned about sin, about judgment, about hell, false teachers, hypocrisy, and wolves in sheep's clothing. So warning people is not automatically fear-mongering. But a lot of people who don't like Christianity want you to think that it is. That is important. A church that never warns people is not loving them and is definitely not doing its job. A pastor who never talks about sin, repentance, judgment, or spiritual danger is not being kind. He may just be avoiding the hard truth. And the flip side to that is, if you are in a church where they are constantly talking about sin and hellfire and damnation, you might eventually want to find a new church. Because, and I've said this for a while, I think the denominations are kind of stepping stones. I grew up a First Southern Baptist. But all you, for the most part, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some preachers who do a good job, and every few months they'll do like, we're going to do a full walkthrough in this book. And I'm like, oh, praise Jesus. And then the very next sermon after they get done with that walkthrough is, if you don't love Jesus the same way that I love Jesus, you're going to burn in hell. Okay, sure. So I kind of feel like a lot of the Protestant faiths are kind of stepping stones, and maybe it takes one to get into the other. And again, this is the reason why I'm not huge in organized religion. It probably also doesn't help that I had a dad who was very much a person of faith, but never really a huge fan of organized religion. So it's kind of been my thing too. And the more I got into it, the more I realized, I'm going to say this again. I believe God created man. I believe God created the universe. I believe God used his son, and that was always his plan, to build a bridge back between him and us and have our ability to give us the ability back to spend eternity with him. But I also think that there are some things that might be a little different than what we've been told. Because remember, we see things as of now as if it was through a mirror darkly. So we know a lot of the story. I don't think we know all the story. But Jesus did, in fact, warn people, and that to especially to the modern world, is fear-mongering. But if you never talk about those things, you're just avoiding the truth. There is a difference between warning and manipulation, however. Jesus warned people while calling them to truth. Corrupt religion uses fear to keep people manageable. That is the word I keep coming back to. Manageable, malleable. Fear-based religion does not want you mature. It wants you manageable. It does not want you rooted in scripture. It wants you dependent on the system. One of the harshest things that I ever heard from a pastor that resonated with me in a way that I never thought of before, and this was when I was still fairly young in my faith, was and this isn't necessarily a criticism, but more of a he's right. And as somebody who has done sermons and done the whole preacher thing and stood behind a pulpit for Sundays and Wednesdays for a while and filling in when the main pastor wanted a break, etc., and and actually done the thing, there were so many times when I would be the one, shaking hands as people were leaving the service, and I would hear so many times, "That was such a great sermon. I feel really fed after listening to you." And as somebody who was new to the faith, that made me feel awesome. But then there's the flip side. I don't feel like I'm being spiritually fed enough in this church. Let me clue you in on something that didn't really click with me until I didn't have a pastor say it to me, but I heard a pastor say it to someone else who kept coming to them every week. And we're like, "Pastor, I'm sorry. I think I may have to find another church. I just don't feel like I'm being fed here." And finally, the pastor just looked at them, and this is, and I'm standing next to the pastor because I'm one of the associate pastors. And he's like, "Let me just be really honest with you. If Sundays and Wednesdays are the only days you feel like you are getting fed, that is a you problem, not a me problem." It's like, you have been coming to this church now for 2 or 3 years. You have transferred your membership here. You are no longer considered young in the faith. For young Christians, I understand that they come to church predominantly to start learning behaviors to help them cope with their new life as they find their legs as a newborn Christian. But if you are only coming here, and this place and this chapel is the only place that you get any type of spiritual feeding, even if you're coming to every service, which is twice on Sundays and once on Wednesday nights, and whatever else we do in between, then you're starving yourself. So there's a reason you're not feeling like you're being fed enough, because you are now old enough to prepare your own meals and feed yourself, but you keep waiting for the church family to do those things for you. And that hit me just right square in the forehead. And I'm like, I never thought of that. And it's so true. And look, I get it. For brand new Christians and even Christians that maybe have been in church for a while, you don't really think about those kind of things because you come to church, you hang out with your folks, you go to Bible school, Sunday school. I said Bible school. Sunday school, you go to service, you go to Wednesday night service. Some of you may even be in the choir and everything else. So there's, you're at church 3, 4, 5 times a week, depending on how active you are, but you still feel like it's your pastor's responsibility to make sure that you are being fed. If you're a parent and you have teenage children, how often do you sit around and listen to them? Mom, I'm hungry. There's food in the kitchen. Go get it. Because they're not kids anymore. But again, fear-based religion doesn't want you mature. And that's why that resonated with me as much as it did, because I never heard a pastor say, hey, you should be maturing by now, so it's not up to me to prepare your spiritual meals every week. I am your spiritual dessert. That's what I'm for. I'm to help shepherd you. I'm to help make sure that you understand what it is that we are supposed to do as Christians, but the rest of it is supposed to be up to you. And that can change your world if you let it. Because while we're talking about all of this, that these organized religion, in most cases, they want you manageable and doesn't want you rooted in scripture. It wants you dependent on the system. So if you're in one of those churches and you come up to the pastor all the time and say, I don't feel fed enough. I don't feel fed enough. I don't feel fed enough. You know what they're saying? Good. Because what happens if you're malnourished? You don't mature. You don't grow. You don't become what it is that you are supposed to be. So some churches use that as a tool. They have you on spiritual life support. They want you dependent upon them for everything that you learn, instead of giving you the tools to go learn for yourself. So scripture gives us a very different instruction when it comes to this whole thing of staying rooted in scripture and becoming spiritually mature. And this is 1 John chapter 4, verse 1. Beloved, don't believe every spirit, but test the spirits. Now, a lot of Christians and even a lot of pastors will tell you, don't you test God. Don't you do that. No. He doesn't brook being tested. Well, but you just heard the opposite here. Beloved, don't believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. This is not rebellion. This is obedience. Testing the spirits is not a lack of faith. Testing the spirits is biblical, and it's biblical faithfulness. A church that is truly led by God should not be terrified of scripture, questions, accountability, or truth, but unhealthy religious systems often are. They may not say it directly, but the message comes through. Don't ask me questions. Don't challenge leadership. Don't examine the teachings too closely. Don't notice the fruits of our leadership. Don't you dare talk to people outside of the circle. Don't leave, or God will punish you. Don't question the man of God. Don't test this against scripture. Do not think too deeply. Just obey. Now, obedience is a biblical word, but obedience to God is not the same thing as unquestioning loyalty to men. The distinction matters because religious leaders blur that line all the time. Fear becomes a leash. That is where Jesus gives us the contrast that we so desperately need. This is from John chapter 10, verses 11 through 13. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. He who is a hired hand and not a shepherd, who doesn't own the sheep, sees the wolf coming, leaves the sheep, and flees. The wolf snatches the sheep and scatters them. The hired hand flees because he is a hired hand and doesn't care for the sheep. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. Bad shepherds use the sheep to protect themselves. The good shepherd leads. Bad shepherds manage. The good shepherd knows his sheep. Bad shepherds count the sheep. The good shepherds give life. Bad shepherds use fear to preserve their own platform, control, or comfort. This is why religious fear can be so damaging. Political fear may manipulate your vote. Religious fear can wound your understanding of God. It can make people think God is cruel when really a leader was cruel. It can make people think scripture is bondage when really a system was bondage. It can make people think obedience means silence when scripture actually calls us to use wisdom, courage, and to speak truth. This is not, notice I didn't say truth to power. I said to speak truth. This is not the power of God, love, and self-control. This is fear wearing a pulpit robe. Sorry, that landed weird for me. Here is where we need to be careful again. The answer is not to reject all authority. That is not biblical either. The answer is not to become cynical towards every church, pastor, or ministry, because that's not healthy. The answer is to put fear in its rightful place, because the Bible does not speak of fear. Does speak of fear, but not all fear is the same. There is a fear that enslaves, and there is a fear that leads to wisdom. That is where we go next, or we would if we weren't running out of time. So I'm going to hit the scriptures real quick to kind of tie into this. And that is Proverbs 9:10. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. The knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. And that should be something that you hold in your heart every single day, because that is the key. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The fear of man is a snare. So the issue is not whether fear exists. The issue is whether you have your fears in the proper order. When we fear man most, man can control us. When we fear losing comfort most, your comfort can control you. When you fear rejection most, the crowds that you fear rejection from can control you. When you fear political defeat most, your political parties can control you. When you fear religious leaders more than God himself, religious systems can then control you. But when the fear of the Lord comes first, every lesser fear has to take a lower seat. That is how Christians become harder to manipulate, not because we are reckless, cynical, or pretending every warning is fake, but because we are anchored. And we're anchored in Christ. And Jesus said in Matthew chapter 10, verse 28, "Don't be afraid of those who kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Rather, fear him who is able to destroy both soul and body, because that's what matters." This is not Jesus saying earthly danger is imaginary. This is Jesus saying earthly danger is not ultimate. And that changes everything. Unfortunately, though, we are just about out of time. So as we begin to close things out tonight, and again, there are tons of things that I didn't get to, so I may actually keep these notes and open the next kingdom and country with them. So here's where we land tonight. God did not give us a spirit of fear. Hang on. Where did I lost my place? I hate it when that happens. Whoa, we went way up. I lost my notes. Anyway, where were we? I think we were right about here. Okay, so here's where we land tonight. God did not give us a spirit of fear. That does not mean Christians never feel afraid. It means fear is not supposed to be the spirit that leads us. And if you've been paying any attention to the news, they have us living in fear right now. And a lot of that's happening on both sides. Organized politics uses fear because fear creates pressure, and pressure creates permission. Organized religion uses fear when it loses confidence in truth, humility, love, and the actual work of the Holy Spirit. But the people of God are called to something better, and that's the power of God, his love, and through his love, learning self-control. Not panic, not cowardice, not manipulation, rage, or blind loyalty, especially not spiritual abuse or political hurting. Fear is a terrible pastor and also a bad master. Fear is a terrible president. Fear is a terrible shepherd, and it makes a terrible substitute for the Holy Spirit. Power means we can stand. Love means we do not become cruel. Self-control means we do not let fear drive the car. We need all three, because power without love becomes bullying. Love without self-control becomes sentimentality, and self-control without power may become passivity, when courage is actually what is required. So tonight, the question is not simply, are you afraid? Because everybody gets afraid. The better question is, who gets to lead you when fear shows up at your doorstep? Does fear lead you to hatred? Does fear lead you to surrender your conscience? Does fear lead you to excuse corruption? Does fear lead you to silence truth? Does fear lead you to obey men rather than God? And that's where we're going to have to leave it, because we are up against it. I'm going to do a quick prayer. Father, please teach us to recognize fear without being ruled by it. Give us wisdom to see real danger clearly, but do not let panic become our shepherd. Where politics uses fear to control us, anchor us in truth. Where religion uses fear to manipulate us, bring us back to Jesus, the good shepherd. And as usual, we ask all things in Christ's name. Amen. All right, we have got to go, because G's already waiting in the wings, and we are up against it. So hang out for the conservative curmudgeon. Coming up next, right here. My name's Rick Robinson. This is KLRNRadio. You've been listening to Kingdom and Country. This is the Bible Study Edition, which is every other Wednesday night. Regular Kingdom and Country will be back this coming Sunday, or we may finish these notes and move on to the next thing we're talking about as well. I'll be with you till probably about midnight tonight, depending on who all is going to be with us this evening. So hang out and enjoy the night. Bye, everybody. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening and welcome. It's 2 weeks in a row. I've made it home. It's amazing. Oh, I hope you are holdover from Rowdy Rick's show right before us. If not, you should be. He's almost always on before me. Almost always. Right, Rick?
Oh, yeah, I was on.
You were on. I know you were on. I heard you wrap up. Very nice. Good wrap up.
Quick wrap up because I didn't even make it through half my notes. I felt like you tonight.
Well, you could have run over. I'm fine. I mean, I told you I was coming in hot, so.
Yeah, I'd rather just riff with you and let you have your whole hour if I need to help you fill space than to take part of it and be like, your show's not important enough, so I'm jacking like a quarter of your hour.
Oh,
yeah, I don't like that stuff. So
come on. It's me. I've been here since day 2-ish.
Right.
Hey, I can't say day 1. It took you a little bit to get me here, but day 2-ish.
Yeah, I still remember the first time we had a conversation about this. You're like, I ain't doing that shit. And you're like, Maybe it's not a terrible idea. And I'm glad you did, because I have to admit, the SRLC 15 thing was fun. I really wish they were still doing as many political conventions as they used to, because I feel like we'd probably get to hang out more if they did. But it seems like everything's turned into just all CPAC all the time. And I'm like,
oh, God, man, CPAC is just so obnoxious. And it didn't used to be, but it's become just obnoxious.
Well, that's because they went down the whole Nick Fuentes rabbit hole and everything else, and now you've got all these people that were supposedly the younger influencers of the conservative party that are now like, fuck it, I'm a Democrat. I'm like, we kind of knew that already.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes,
we kind of knew that already.
Personification of human fecal matter.
Although I have to admit, the person who put out the post the other day when he finally just said, I'm a Democrat, when they said Nick Fuentes is finally out of the closet, I figured it was a coin toss as to which one they meant politically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt he's a pillow biter. So,
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always thought that about him. I don't care. I mean, that's his business, but, own it. Own your business if it's going to be your business. Anyway. So yeah, as usual, I'm woefully unprepared. I know there's nothing going on in the world that needs to be talked about. Nothing going on in the country that needs to be talked about. So,
I mean, the news cycle lately is kind of sounding like this.
Yeah. I mean, we're spending what, $1.3 million for a Tomahawk missile to shoot down a $50,000 drone. Oh man, I like Hegseth, but guys, we got to do better than this. We got munitions that can take down $50,000 drones that don't cost $1 million each. Just saying.
What's that old saying about using a bazooka to kill a mosquito?
I mean, yeah, it's great if you hit it, but and the Tomahawk, it's not going to miss, but my God. You know how many $50,000 drones they have versus how many Tomahawks we have? Yeah, I mean, and they probably got China cranking them out of a factory at 500 a day. I don't know. It's crazy.
Oh my God. Hang on.
Oh,
I found something that I'm pretty sure you're going to want to discuss, so I'm about to put it up on the screen. It's not very long, but it's kind of.
I got to minimize the notes so I can see.
Well, I mean, you don't necessarily have to watch it. I figured you'd be able to hear it regardless. But hang on. Let me, because Ted Cruz being Ted Cruz. I like it when he finds himself and actually, has moments like this. And then other times it was like, anyway. But this was kind of awesome. Here we go.
It wasn't too long ago when people knew the answer to what is a woman. That didn't used to be a trick question. Like for thousands and thousands of years, you could come up to a caveman and say, "Excuse me, sir, do you know what a woman is?" Answer would be, yep, sure do. There's one right there. Yeah, that's a woman. And every time a Democrat claims they don't know, they're lying. All right, I'm going to prove to you right now that Joe Biden knows what a woman is. Okay, I have been in the Senate 14 years. In the entire time I've been in the Senate, never once has Joe Biden come up and sniffed Chuck Schumer's hair. He knows! And you know what? I am even more certain Bill Clinton knows what a woman is. No doubt whatsoever he knows. It wasn't too long ago.
Oi, he's not wrong. I mean, come on.
He's definitely not wrong. I didn't even hear that. It was scrolling across my screen and I got to the captions part where he's like, and I know he knows because he's never once sniffed Chuck Schumer's hair. And I'm like, okay, gotta play that.
If he actually sat down and put a couple hours of thought into that, he could probably do a whole comedy stand-up routine there with that.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he probably could. But
anyway. Yeah. I was laughing. I was telling a friend of mine that is as anti. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's not so much anti Hollywood, but anti celebrity stricken, maybe. Because I really couldn't give a rat's ass what they do for a living. They're just people. They're people who make their living by making other people believe that they're not the people that they really are. They're paid to lie. They're paid to portray an image that's not them. And some people are better at it than others. But they have that Met Gala, and they wheeled out the guy that's he's a quadriplegic pretending to be a woman who was black and was just signed to a modeling agency. So a dude pretending to be a girl who's a quadriplegic, wheelchair bound, basically a puppet, can't do anything for himself. So somebody put their hand up the puppet's ass and dressed him up in a pretty dress and sent him out in his power chair. Now, I'm not picking on him because he's quadriplegic. I honestly feel bad for that. I'm picking on him because he's stupid, pretending to be a woman and pretending that he's something more than a useful idiot to the left. But, hey, you got your contract. I hope they're paying you well, and I hope that, something good can come of the money. Maybe it can help in your care or even find a cure. I don't know. But, God bless capitalism. And I don't begrudge anybody making money legally. So, and then the idiot known as Sarah Paulson. She's an actress, got a net worth around $12 to $16 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. She wore her gown and her mask. She wore a mask that was a $1 bill. So she was protesting, using the $1 bill to protest the 1% that she is a part of. Not only stupid, but a hypocrite. If you're really that much against the 1%, sell that Beverly Hills mansion, start giving your money away to the homeless, and live on 80 grand a year and see how you like that. Am I out of line, Rick, or?
Oh, no. Trust me. Yeah, that was probably one of the most tone deaf things that I have ever seen. Because I'm like,
yeah, I mean,
okay, so maybe you're not a billionaire, but you are one of the 1%ers.
Yeah.
So that was just dumb, in my opinion. But hey,
yeah, I mean, and literally, she can walk on to any movie she's offered a role into, and she knows she's going to make a few $1 million for it. And but we're going to protest the 1%. Protest yourself. That's one of the best things that the left is great for. They protest themselves, except they exclude themselves from the protest. That way they can say they're not hypocrites, because that's not me. The mental gymnastics that go on are just amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I don't know. This is completely unscripted. We haven't even gotten to my notes yet. I'm just off on a weird ass tangent, and
Well, this is one of the things that I talk about all the time, because the interesting thing about the left, and the thing that I think they hope nobody ever figures out, is how their thing is, well, it's never really going to bother you because we're really only going after the top 1%. Everybody forgets that the left are globalists. So when they talk about the top 1%, that means every single one of us, because we are the 1% of the world.
well, and let me go even further off on this tangent, since you just brought that perfect point up for me, and set this like almost we practiced it, but we did not. The mayor of Seattle, this dingbat, 40 years old, being the mayor is her first job. Her husband chooses not to work. Her mommy and daddy still give her enough of an allowance to pay for her children's child care. She gave a speech last month where she talked about taxing the wealthy and how it was going to be beneficial for all the social programs they wanted to enact. Well, in just the last month, a lot of wealth has packed up and started leaving Seattle, including Starbucks, who has moved their headquarters to Nashville. And when asked about it about a week ago, she giggled and she was like, well, I don't really believe the wealth is leaving, but if they are, well, like, bye. So, and the people cheered her for this approach. But here's what they don't get. If the wealthiest of the wealthy leave Seattle, the next highest economic group is the one that's going to feel the brunt of her taxation. Not the people it was intended for. They packed up and left. She doesn't care who she taxes. She's going to have her little social utopian, wet dream, whatever. She doesn't care. That's what the people don't get. They're dumb enough to vote for these people thinking, oh, well, it won't really affect me. Well, guess what? The people that it would affect just hauled ass and left you holding the bag. Let's see how much it affects you now. Got kind of the same thing, not on that level, but in New York, you got what's his name? Griffin. Ken Griffin. He's a billionaire. He's got I believe it's an investing firm and a marketing firm. He holds assets of over $6 billion. And Mamdani came out yelling about him not paying enough and this and that and the other thing. And Griffin was like, hey, you know what? Here's an idea. I'm going to expand my company in Miami. And we'll just pack up and leave New York and take our billions with us. He did it to Chicago, and they felt the hurt of it for a while. I'm sure that there were other businesses that eventually filled the gap, or maybe they didn't. I don't know exactly. I just know that he has stuck his finger in the air to Chicago, and now he's sticking his finger in the air to New York, and he's going to Florida, where taxes are more friendly and less oppressive. He doesn't have a governor that thinks that he should be paying an extra $1 billion a year because he can. It's just, and people don't wrap their head around it. And here's what you're going to see in Seattle coming up is you're going to see all these little snippets. You won't see any major news stories about it because it's never going to gain the national traction they want it to. But you're going to see these little snippets out on social media of news, some off-brand news agencies trying to push this as big news. And you'll see these people like, oh, we can't do this for the homeless, or we can't do this for the hungry because the rich people left and won't let us tax them. You were already taxing them. And that's again the long-standing problem with the left is they never get tired of reaching into somebody else's pocket and spending somebody else's money. And, here we are 20 minutes into the hour and we haven't touched notes yet because we're just off on this wild ass tangent.
And you were worried because you thought you were coming in hot and didn't know what you were going to talk about.
Well, I did come in hot. I mean, I walked in the door, 40, not even 40 minutes ago, just under 40 minutes ago. The life, leave the house at 6:30 in the morning, get back to the house around, I don't know, somewhere between 5 and 8 at night. Sit and work for another hour or two, go to bed and do it all over again the next day. Yeah, I know. I asked for it. I did. And one day I'm going to share.
I ain't saying nothing about it anymore.
I'm going to share why one day, but not until after I do retire. Because that's when it will make the most sense to do so. I don't want to potentially do anything to alter my deal between now and then. So, yeah. Anyway, wowzers. So, Rick, do you know what a woman is?
It's been a minute, but I think I still know.
Oh, God. Wow. Good for Ted Cruz. Show a little humor. I like that. I actually do like that. I watched a debate here locally not too long ago, and one of the candidates, they're running for the AL1 congressional seat. These candidates are that Barry Moore is vacating to run for Tommy Tuberville's Senate seat, whom is vacating that to run for governor of Alabama. Yeah, nice musical chairs, musical politicians, and they're actually dumber than the chairs. But one of the candidates, and I can't remember the young man's first name, but his last name is Sidwell. So anybody that's listening in the Alabama area, you may know who I'm speaking of, but they asked him his opinion on the status quo of politics. And he summed up his answer by saying a lot of people have a problem with politics as usual, but they keep sending the usual people to Washington. He said, and if you want something different, you're going to have to do something different. And I felt a swell in my heart, and it was like, my God, somebody has listened to me. I don't know how the young man's going to do in the primary. There are 7 candidates for this seat. I'm sure there will be a runoff with that many candidates. But I wish young Mr. Sidwell well, and based off his answer, at least in the primary, he has my vote. So, as for the Senate seat being vacated by Tommy Tuberville, there are, again, Barry Moore is running. He is the sitting AL1 rep in Congress, and he's definitely a Trump supported guy. Trump likes Barry Moore. They campaigned together, and there's all that good stuff. And he has an opponent by the name of Rodney Walker, who is also running for that Senate seat. Mr. Walker is a farmer. He's a rather successful farmer. He has a large farm, definitely has probably a few $1,000,000 in equipment that he uses to work and run the farm. And Mr. Walker has no problem showing off his farm equipment in his political ads. And he has absolutely no problem showing off the most stereotypical redneck Southern accent you have ever heard when he declares that he, like everything else in his life, he supports this ad because he built it. And look, I laugh. I respect the guy. I do. He is not a multi-generational inherited this thing. He built it. He absolutely did. And I have a lot of respect for people that do that. To start with nothing and build yourself into a large farm, that takes some gumption, and it takes a lot of luck and hard work. And because farmers farmers don't have it easy, especially small farmers. And to go from a small farmer to basically almost a conglomerate by himself, I respect that. That's definitely worth noting. And I think that if maybe he had a better political message, he might actually challenge Barrymore a little harder. But I don't see that happening, which is sad. But anyway, hey, we got enough bad stuff happening in the world. What do you say we talk about some positive stuff? So if you'll go, jump in the Wayback Machine with me for a second here. Former presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden massively increased access to food stamps. And that's not a secret. They did it. They did it intentionally. And President Trump has fashioned some reforms into the Food Stamp Act now that were in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And they are actually beginning to work in cutting back the bloat. States have reported reduced food stamp rolls by over 3.5 million people just since the One Big Beautiful Bill became law. Government spending is thus being cut, reducing deficits, increasing independence as more Americans get off their asses and back into the labor force. And these are welcome developments that future administrations should preserve. We already know that the other side of the aisle will not. They will reopen that access just as quickly as they can. Barack Obama participation in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, more commonly known as food stamps, fluctuated before Obama, not Barack Obama, before Obama. God, here we go, Rick. Hey, at least the internet's holding, right?
Hey, you just jinxed it.
Yeah, I probably did. Fuck it, whatever. It is storming here, so I'm just shocked. But anyway, before Obama, participation in SNAP fluctuated with the economy rising during recessions and falling during expansions, but never exceeding 10% of the population. That changed with Obama's 2009 American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, because you know what investment means to liberals, which increased food stamp benefit levels and expanded eligibility to jobless adults without children. Food stamps were seen by the left and the ruling Democrats as a way of getting around welfare reforms they hated and which had been signed into law in 96 by President Clinton. Oh. Uh-oh. So Bill signed welfare reform laws in 96, and he knew what a woman was. Wow, you just think they would hate him, right? Anyway, participation skyrocketed under Obama, rising well past the end of the Great Recession in 2009, before peaking in 2013 at almost 48 million recipients, or 15% of the population. The first Trump administration cracked down on state waivers that allowed able-bodied adults to stay on food stamps, and participation fell to 36 million people in 2019. But federal courts eventually blocked those reforms, and Biden abandoned them. The Biden administration not only allowed states to ignore the law's eligibility restrictions, but also illegally rewrote the benefits formula to boost benefits by hundreds of billions of dollars. And as a direct result, food stamp rolls steadily increased, again peaking above 42 million in 2023. In 2025, the One Big Beautiful Bill succeeded legislatively where his first-term regulatory efforts had faltered. Under the Big Beautiful Bill, able-bodied adults age 18 to 64 without children must work or participate in a job training program for at least 80 hours a month to stay eligible. So yeah, I mean, just fantastic. So we don't have dollar numbers yet, but I don't even know what the average recipient gets in a month. I probably should have looked that up, but we can multiply that by at least 3.5 million. I'm sure it adds up to something. I mean, it's probably not going to, solve the deficit problem or balance the budget or anything like that. But hey, like Doge, it's better than a poke in the eye. I mean, I would personally love to see Doge made permanent and leave it outside of the purview of government per se, kind of like the DOJ is supposed to be, and have them just slice waste out of the, just comptroll everything. Nope, you can't do that. That's wasteful. You don't need that. You don't need that. Your aides don't need that. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, some good news on the front of people getting off their ass and getting back to work, and welfare recipients decreasing in number. And speaking of decreasing, our time is decreasing. Rick, do you want to run the commercial break?
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, we can take a commercial break, and then when we come back, we'll continue on with some, I don't know, news that, whatever. Yeah, stuff.
You are listening to the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show, live on KLRNRadio.com. Almost every Wednesday night, when it's not preempted by toxic masculinity, which is next week, and when he's not having to work late. Be right back. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow.
It's been an actual nightmare.
To oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis. Now streaming on Freevee.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right, welcome back. Yeah. Yeah. Love my bumper music. Thank you for that.
All right, so we need to do a welfare check in the chat. I think Al might be having a stroke, or he's typing in a language I don't understand.
Uh-oh. I hang on a minute. Let me look.
Wait, I get it now. Remember the old Gary Ganoos joke? Yeah,
no Ganoos is good Ganoos.
I think he just broke that joke, and I almost missed it. I was like, what the hell is he even trying to say?
Ganoos,
oh, yeah, I got it now.
I got you. Yeah.
I got it now.
Yeah.
He'd been working on his truck all day, so I was afraid he was like having a stroke or
Al hanging out down at Fraggle Rock.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait, sorry.
I meant to do that. My daughter loved Fraggle Rock. Oh, my God.
Yeah, so did I mean, I liked it as a kid. My ex-wife absolutely adored it. My son's wife can't stand it. She's like, I never got into that show. It always freaked me out because they were like going through DVDs, and he's like, I found some of the Fraggle Rocks, and Mom left some. And she's like, don't you dare bring those into the house. I was like, ooh, shots fired.
Oh, good days. Good days. Good days. Anyway, okay, like like I brought up earlier, Seattle's mayor, yada yada. Okay, so the tax that she's wanting to enact here, and I knew I did something on this, but anyway, the tax is 10% income tax on all earnings above $1 million, on top of your normal income tax. This is an additional 10%. Hello. So you're being taxed and retaxed. How is that even legal? So this self-described socialist waved her hand and said to cheers from the crowd, quote, "I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like, bye," end quote. Yeah, no, I did not. That was all her. I don't talk like that, nor do I speak like that, but I don't talk like that either. Um, so yeah, that line had over 4 million views on social media within days, and even Democrats in her state rebuked her over it. Former state Senator Reuven Carlisle wrote that Wilson's enthusiasm for destructive anti-business rhetoric is harmful to jobs, taxes, and Washingtonians' quality of life. And members of her own party are speaking out against her publicly now. So be interesting to see where that goes. And like I said, Starbucks, they've already packed their stuff up and left. The company that was founded in Seattle and headquartered in Seattle has told Seattle to stuff their taxes up their socialist asses, and they went to Tennessee. And it's not an outlier from this mayor. Her staff won't let her talk to media for more than a few seconds at a time because they know she can't answer any questions, and they basically had to grab her and run her away from the press the other day when they started asking her questions because they knew she had no answers. But the people the people left standing, like I mentioned earlier, they're going to be the teachers, the nurses, the small business owners, working families. They're going to get stuck with higher property taxes, crumbling services, and a bill. For all the bullshit that this mayor wants to do with her socialist utopia wet dream projects. And it's been going on in California for the last 35 years, basically. And the economy was thriving and traffic was merely bad rather than catastrophic. And single party rule and progressive taxation has changed all of that. And it's like a bad game of musical chairs. The music's still playing, but the chairs are disappearing. So, Seattle, how far do you go? And where is the line before you can't go back? I guess we'll find out because they keep pushing. And in case you didn't hear earlier today, and moving on, entrepreneur, sportsman, and all around jackass, but brilliant jackass, Ted Turner passed away. He was a brash sportsman, entrepreneur, and his ambition and instincts led to a media empire that included groundbreaking news network CNN back in the day. I remember when CNN launched. Ted has passed. He was 87. No cause of death was given at the time, at least, of gathering this info. But it, throughout his career, he one nickname that was not enough for him. He was different things to different people. He was known as the mouth of the South at some point. I know, not Jimmy Hart, but Ted Turner, the mouth of the South. Captain Outrageous was used to describe him at one point. Terrible Ted. He became a billionaire by taking over his father's billboard business, buying a television station in 1970, and parlaying that into what would become Turner Broadcast Network. He became one of the most powerful figures in U.S. media and entertainment. His network specializing in news, sports, reruns, old movies, but he didn't stop there. He added the MGM United Artists movie studio to his portfolio before making an even bigger move, and that was merging Turner Broadcasting System with Time Warner in '96. Turner headed the new company's cable networks division and was its leading shareholder. But he had trouble fitting into a corporate system after decades of freewheeling as his own boss, and he eventually lost control of his networks. Turner also became one of the world's leading environmentalists, one of the largest landowners in the United States, and a major philanthropist, sadly, to left causes, giving $1 billion to the United Nations. His easily identifiable slender mustache and gap-toothed grin and dimpled chin. He pursued a range of passions. In the 70s, he owned the Atlanta Braves baseball team and the Atlanta Hawks of the NBA. And he skippered his yacht, the Courageous, to the America's Cup. In his life were several women, including the well-known communist trader Jane Fonda. In 1986, he started the Goodwill Games, an Olympic-like competition, and 2 years later brought a wrestling organization that provided more TV content, or bought, I should say. His concerns about nuclear war led him to co-found the Nuclear Threat Initiative in 2001. And Forbes estimated Turner's fortune at $2.8 billion. Just to give you an idea of the kind of person that Ted was, he was once quoted as saying, "If I only had a little humility, I'd be perfect." And you know what? Like him, hate him, can't stand part of them. I get it all. I see it from all sides. I respect the hell out of that statement, though. That is just ballsy confidence in yourself. And you know what? You don't make it anywhere without that. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else is going to. So, it just cracks me up. But he launched, God, in 1970, against the counsel of his advisors, he bought a failing Atlanta UHF television station, now called WTBS, for $2.5 million. And after a rocky start, he eventually made the station profitable with low-cost 24-hour programming. And let me tell you, folks, 24-hour programming in the mid-70s was unheard of. Every station went to snow after midnight. You got your national anthem, and then you got like 6 hours of snow before the morning news came back on. So 24-hour programming was a huge, huge deal. And I watched a lot of stuff in the middle of the night on TBS that I had no clue what it was, but I didn't care because I was just a kid that was up late and I couldn't sleep. And you know what? There was something on the TV. He was a satellite pioneer. He helped TBS become the first quote unquote super station with programming picked up by local cable systems across the country. In 1980, CNN launched in Atlanta, which he said would counter sleazy coverage by the major networks CBS, NBC, and ABC, offering low pay but the lure of adventure Turner signed up journalists and tech crew who endured ridicule that the Chicken Noodle Network would fail. Instead, as the first 24-hour news outlet, it set a template for worldwide news coverage of wars, trials, revolutions, man-made and natural disasters. You can say what you want to about Ted Turner over the decades, but he's probably one of the last true mavericks out there. And politics aside, respect the hell out of what he did in the business world. He lost his ass a couple of times along the way, but he didn't die poor either. So, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Ted Turner, 87. And I'm cutting that short because I want to make sure I get this in. This is not the happy ending. This is, we're just going to call this a positive news story.
Wait, hang on. If this isn't the happy ending, would this be considered foreplay?
We could consider it foreplay. Do we have some Boston music queued up for this?
No. I never give me show notes anymore, so I never really know where we're going with anything. Well,
I know. We're gonna have to get Boston's foreplay on cue though, and we'll foreplay it on the story before the happy ending from now on. Anyway, so this is really cool. You hear people distressing, or even maybe not distressing, or discussing or contemplating what AI really means and is doing in this world. Let's go in the positive direction with it. Just humor me here for a minute. An artificial intelligence model developed by the Mayo Clinic is now helping specialists detect pancreatic cancer on routine abdominal CT scans up to 3 years before a clinical diagnosis could have previously been made. The AI can identify the subtle signs of the disease before the tumors are visible, when curative treatment may still be possible. The findings published last week in Gut, which I guess, a GI magazine for medical professionals, mark a milestone in Mayo Clinic's multi-year research into earlier detection of one of the deadliest cancers. Pancreatic cancer remains one of the deadliest cancers because it rarely causes detectable signs in its earliest stages. More than 85% of patients receive a diagnosis after the disease has already spread, with survival rates below 15%. The study validates this AI model using data and workflows that mirror clinical practice, including CT scans from multiple institutions, imaging systems, and protocols. Researchers used it to analyze nearly 2,000 CT scans, including scans from patients later diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, all originally interpreted as normal. The system, called Radiomics-Based Early Detection Model, or REDMOD for short, identified 73% of those pre-diagnostic cancers at the median of about 16 months before diagnosis, with some going as far out as 3 years before diagnosis. Nearly double the detection rate of specialists reviewing the same scans without the computer assistance. That's impressive. The advantage was even greater at earlier time points in scans obtained more than 2 years before the diagnosis. The AI identified nearly 3 times as many early cancers that would otherwise go undetected. The greatest barrier to saving lives from pancreatic cancer has been the ability or the inability to see the disease when it is still curable, according to Ajit Ganka, doctor at the Mayo Clinic and the study's senior author. This AI can now identify the signature of cancer from a normal appearing pancreas, and it can do so reliably over time and across diverse clinical settings. RedMod measures hundreds of quantitative imaging that describe tissue texture and structure, capturing faint biological changes as cancer begins to develop. The model is designed to analyze CT scans already obtained for other reasons, particularly in high-risk patients such as those with new onset diabetes, and flag elevated risks before visible mass appears. It's freaking amazing. This research, supported by the National Institute of Health, is part of Mayo's Pre-Cure initiative, which aims to predict and prevent disease by identifying the earliest biological changes in the body before symptoms begin. This is awesome for cancer patients. Everybody's been touched by this on some level. So huge. And now, because we are tight on time, it is time for the happy ending. Anyway, multiple rescuers found a 2-week-old otter pup alone on Asilomar Island State Beach on the central coast of California, and they knew exactly what to do. They took the pup, named Sunny, to the aquarium of the Pacific, where lived a maternal-aged otter named Ray, who was also found orphaned alone on a beach as a juvenile. It's a full circle moment that saw Ray adopt Sunny through a pioneering surrogate initiative run by the Monterey Beach Aquarium. The two are bonding well, having been transferred to the MBA's Otter Rehabilitation Center in Long Beach. Staff have determined that it's no longer possible to release the two otters back into the wild, as they are already too accustomed to humans and the lack of experience to avoid a sea otter's main dangers. Nevertheless, Sunny needs to learn how to be an otter, and Ray is teaching that vital skill to Sunny, how to find and catch and open food, irrespective of where the future home will be. The two are destined for an aquarium enclosure. The otter program has successfully rehabilitated 9 southern sea otters and released them back into the wild, in part because this surrogacy program that gives otter pups a chance to survive to adulthood, and when they had no hope of doing so otherwise. And Megan Smiley, the Sea Otter Program Manager at MBA, said that the two were seen manipulating false crab shells, an important foraging skill. Next up may be the use of tools, a skill that ultra-intelligent sea otters are quite proficient in. They've been recorded opening doors and unscrewing nuts from bolts even. Wow. But Ray is not neglecting the lovey-dovey part of motherhood either, and when it comes time for a nap, we'll put Sunny onto her chest, belly up, and relax her. It doesn't matter what species you are. Motherhood is hard work, and Ray seems to excel at it. And my friends, that is a happy ending. And that's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome with me on Wednesday nights on KLRN Radio and live here on X, America's podcast network. I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
Stay tuned for Behind the Enemy Lines coming up next, right here live on KLRNradio.com. I'm Rick Robinson. I'll be back with you in about an hour for the Rick and Orty Show, and then I'm still waiting to find out what happens with Edge of Liberty tonight. And I may or may not be guesting on Behind the Enemy Lines if I can get my system to work. We'll find out in a minute. Stay tuned.
Bye.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
All the times that we messed up. Here's to you through the glass. 'Cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us. 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 Mighty well. Here's to us. Here's to us. Here's to us. Here's to us.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.
Out the Rhino front, LOL. We're definitely going to be talking about that during the show. What this means for the midterm elections, what this means for redistricting, what this means for the Republican Party. Who are the winners, who are the losers? I'm sure you can guess who those are. We're also going to take a look at what's going on that left coast in the Socialist Republic of California. And there's been some funny ads coming out in the mayor's race from Spencer Pratt. So I hope you guys hang out with us and tune in for all of that fun. And right on cue, the third member of our team has shown up.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
And as soon as he shows up, so do the people. Rick Robinson, looking damn. I'd hit it. How you doing, man?
We'll talk after the show, brother.
Yeah, baby. All right, so all of my skipping aside, there you go. Russ, you can go take a break for a little while. So get into the show here. Let's talk about the news that everybody is here to talk about, and that is President Trump's absolute trouncing of rhinos.
Fox and Friends First here on a Wednesday morning. I'm Todd Piper.
And I'm Kelly Shimkis. We begin with brand new results from several big primaries overnight. Madeline Rivera has that for us this morning. Hi, Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. The results in Indiana were a clear display of President Trump's influence over the GOP. The 5 Republican state Senate incumbents who lost to Trump-backed challengers overnight all opposed the president's push to redraw the state's congressional map. One incumbent survived. Another race has yet to be called. A Republican source says Team Trump operatives put in a lot of money into these races, heavily outraising the incumbents. Pro-Trump groups say it should put other GOP members who don't back the president's redistricting plan on notice. Meantime, in the neighboring state of Ohio, former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy emerged as the Republican nominee for governor. He will face Amy Acton, who ran uncontested in the Democratic primary.
So that's a nice little summary of what we'll be talking about here tonight, but we're going to focus in on Indiana, of course. Donald Trump had a big night, Galloway. What are your initial thoughts?
Huge. Like we opened the show, I'm all about the vengeance piece, man. You have to teach these people a lesson. Like at the end of the day, for a president to get involved in local state Senate races is almost unheard of, right? Think about some of the races you've worked on, Gene. Wouldn't you have killed to get a president to even acknowledge that you were running in a local like state assembly or state Senate race? But this is how Donald Trump operates. And I just find it odd because I have, acquaintances, even some family members who are saying like Trump is turning into the establishment and saying that, he shouldn't have got involved in Indiana. Literally, it's the opposite, right? Those people that got beaten in Indiana are the classic definition of do nothing, establishment Republicans. And now they got their asses handed to them. So great job all around.
Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those establishment Republicans, if you want to call them rhinos, that's what I'm calling them, they've been in office, all of them that were kicked out were in office for more than 20 years.
Yeah, I didn't keep track of how long they've been in office, but I know it's been a long time. So I think my favorite reaction to all of this has been the cope from the left. And, well, this isn't that big of a deal. Let's not forget, up until, last night, the zombie media wanted you to think that the MAGA movement was dead. Doesn't look very dead from where I'm sitting. Just saying.
And that is a perfect lead-in to what these operatives and these analysts from Politico was saying. Take a look at this. This is a clip from earlier today.
Literally, Jack, we saw incumbents in Indiana get wiped out last night. We saw President Donald Trump reassert his already firm grip on the GOP base. And any stories about Trump's base sort of dividing at this precarious moment for the coalition and for him as a leader, can be, sort of written off at this moment. Granted, it's a red state like Indiana. It's a state that he's won easily. But this tells us a lot about his base and that they're still with him and that his endorsement still matters.
His endorsement still matters, Galloway.
So obviously Trump is still king, right? And the guy has balls that are bigger than the bull over on Wall Street in downtown Manhattan. To take a gamble like this, right? Because, like you said, most of these guys are career politicians, entrenched Republicans at the local level. Donald Trump put his finger on the scale on local races, took a huge gamble. Just imagine what the headlines would be today, Gene, if all of those establishment Republicans actually beat the Trump-endorsed candidates. Right? Then the headline would be, Trump loses grip on the Republican Party. It's over. Blah, 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 blah. You have to tip your hat to the man. He's got balls.
Oh, he definitely spent some political capital, and it came up jackpot for him. Volvi Raza says, LOL, flat out, he, which I assume is Donald Trump, is throwing a fit and went after anyone that went against him, like always. Reality, he is cutting his own support. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Thanks for the comment, Volvi Raza. I appreciate it. I disagree with that totally. And it goes back to what Ross was saying. But to me, that is the spin coming from the left. Oh, this is something that we don't normally see, and he's going after his own people and taking control of his party. Yeah. In modern times, Rick, the president is the head of the political party. He controls the agenda. What he says goes, and it's either, and the history of Republicans has been, well, we're going to allow a big tent, and we're going to allow people who disagree with us to stay in leadership. It ain't that anymore. It's get the hell out of the way if you're not with me.
And it can't be, because we've seen how well that works. But can you put this guy back up on the screen for a second?
Sure. This one right here, I'll put back up. Here you go.
No, not that one. The speaker from a moment ago.
The speak. Oh, the guy who was speaking. Hang on.
Yeah,
Adam
just
Moran from Politico.
Yeah, the last still shot that was there. You can just pause it. I don't need to hear him again. I just want to point out that I have questions as to whether anybody's checked to see if anybody's confiscated this guy's shoelaces, because he does not look well.
Yeah, I mean,
he does not look well. I mean, look at the puffy face. Dude looks like he was bawling before he went on this segment. Also, to add a finer point to what Ross said a moment ago, I don't exactly think it was Trump's finger he dropped on the scales.
No, definitely not.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Definitely not. So these races in Indiana, for those of you who don't know, maybe missed the beginning of the show. By the way, always join us early. We're going to set the stage early here on the show. And if you're with us right now, hit that thumbs up button if you like what you see and hearing. If you want to participate, we invite everyone in the chat to participate. As you saw before, we're going to take comments from people who don't agree with us. If you want to guarantee your comment gets on air and addressed, you can always super chat us. It's not a requirement here. There were two audiences that were intently watching the Indiana primaries. The first were rhinos that we talking about, those so-called Republicans in name only that want to set up as a resistance for Trump. You may want to call them, dare I say, the Mike Pence wing of the party, because this was his home state of Indiana, and we're going to address that in a second. And also Democrats, because they wanted to see if their theory was correct, if Trump's base is fracturing, as Galloway was talking about. Both were answered in the resounding negative, and as Scott Jennings said here, Donald Trump, maybe in channeling Ross Galloway, put his thing down.
The party, I think Alyssa stated it very well. He calls the shots in the Republican Party, and if you go against that, he will pour his wrath out upon you, and it doesn't typically turn out well. As Harry Enton has said before, go against Trump in a primary, and you wind up in the grinder, and that's what happened in Indiana. To me, what I was looking for tonight was the forward-looking lessons here. For instance, what's going to happen in Kentucky in a couple of weeks in that 4th congressional district where Thomas Massie is the one congressional Republican who has been the biggest thorn in Donald Trump's side. They have poured millions into that race, and a lot of people are wondering, could he withstand a challenge from a Trump-backed challenger there? If you look at what happened in Indiana tonight, and you're Thomas Massie tonight, or you're anybody else in a primary right now where Trump's on the other side of you, you got to be thinking, this is a bad night for me. But bottom line is, there's always plenty of money in politics, and it's always the president's priorities and prerogatives that call the shots in his or her political party, and here we are.
And that's the way it's always been. Now, Democrats, Rick, I'll reverse it here. Democrats are out there saying, once again, clutching their pearls, this is unprecedented. A president meddling in local political affairs, it's unheard of. As Ross and I was saying, we would have killed for some of our endorsed candidates to get presidential endorsement and backing. But Democrats are once again claiming that the sky is falling because the president is daring to get involved in the structure of local parties.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the Democrats right now are looking for any foothold they can find. And the only thing they have right now is fear. So I would like to point out, though, that a couple of political generations ago, Barack Obama stuck his fingers into some political races, and the GOP wasn't really happy about that either. I am kind of glad that we're finally learning how to play by the same set of rules, at least slowly. But yeah, I mean, we said the same thing when Barack Obama tried to get involved in local elections before. Dude, this is unprecedented. This is terrible. It's funny how it always works out better when it's our side. But this also goes back to what I was saying a second ago. Right now, the Democrats are looking for any port in the storm because nothing they're saying is winning anyone over. There's even more data that people of color are leaving the party or at least changing party affiliation, maybe not necessarily becoming Republicans, but not really voting for Democrats anymore. You've got, major party officials that are in all kinds of trouble with the FBI. A story about that just broke today. So, I mean, the Democratic Party as a whole is in trouble. And the Supreme Court ruling that came out recently didn't help because a lot of folks have realized that the Democratic Party never really stopped being who they always were. The same party that was funding the KKK in the 1860s was funding it in 2026. The same party that used to make plantations out of land now made them out of maps. And everybody's starting to see that being laid bare, and they don't know what to do with it. And they're panicking.
They are panicking, and I want to give an example of that. Ross, this is going to be for you. I'm going to play this clip from Abby Phillip on CNN reacting to Trump getting involved in Indiana. I'm going to play the clip, and then I'm going to ask for your reaction to the clip.
There are going to be plenty of places in the country where he is going to get what he wants.
Yeah.
I think the question I really have is, honestly, let's really look at where we are today, in which, again, if Sochi's right, we could have Texas redistricting every 2 years. Any state could do that, Democrat or Republican. How is that good for our democracy? I don't want to play the blame game, but where we are right now is demonstratively worse than where we were a few years ago.
Well, we'll have a census in a few years, and then states will have new data through which they'll have to redraw these things again anyway. On the Indiana situation, I guess I see this a little more simply. First of all, it's hardly anything new for a president to be the boss or the leader of their party. It's not new at all. Every Democrat and Republican in the modern era has been the head of their party, and their prerogatives and their priorities have prevailed. In Indiana, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, the people were overwhelmingly opposed to drawing the maps. Well, if that was true, why didn't they show up and vote for the people who stopped the drawing of the maps?
It's a Republican primary.
And
it's a completely different electorate.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Here's the way I see it. When you're a state legislator, when you're a congressman, when you hold any office, every decision that you make, every vote that you cast is then subject to the decision and judgment of the voters.
Of the voters,
we had
your
an election.
constituents
We had an election
who
tonight,
do not
and that's what happened.
Republican primary voters. This is the problem.
You can dislike primaries or close primaries, but this
saying-
is the system in Indiana.
Listen, I'm not saying I dislike primaries. All I'm saying is, what is the responsibility of a representative in this country? A state
to be accountable to their vote.
A state representative, a federal representative. It is, yes, the primary plays a role in the system, but they are accountable to all of their
I'm with
constituents.
you. I'm with you. I'm
And
with you guys.
so that's
I'm with you. But here's the
how
thing.
it's supposed to work.
If you believe as an elected official that you're casting the correct vote, you shouldn't really care what happens in the election.
That's exactly what happened.
And we'll cut it off there. I want to get your thoughts, pal. As I run this poll, let me put this poll up first, but I want to get your thoughts on this. Was Trump's intervention in Indiana a good thing? There's a yes and a no. Yes for one. One is yes, two is no. You can vote in the comments in the chat as Ross takes over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if Abby Phillips is right, then the winner of the Republican primary will lose in the general election, right? If she's right that the majority of people that live in Indiana didn't agree with redistricting, I suspect that she is not right. And I suspect that the Trump-endorsed candidates in those primaries will go on to win in huge margins in their general election matchups, right? And what she's left off, she started with talking about the redistricting. We could do it every 2 years. Okay. I looked up some of the states, like anything northeast of New York, there are 0 Republican congressional seats northeast of New York State, right? But in a lot of those northeastern states, those New England states, the Republicans get 30 or 40% of the presidential vote. So 30 to 40% of their population is Republican, and they get 0 states. So that means the Democrats have already gerrymandered the shit out of blue states, right? Republicans are just catching up because they suck on how the game is played, and we're starting to fight back because Donald Trump has taught a lot of people how to fight or got rid of these losers that refuse to fight, and now they're getting payback. So cry all you want. Like, we need to redistrict and do everything we can, stop counting illegals in the census, no holds barred here.
Rick, I was listening to what Abby Phillip was saying, and it seemed like she didn't get the message that the primary is specifically where voters get to voice their displeasure or their approval of the candidates for their own party. And Trump tapped into that frustration that Ross was talking about. Republicans never play to win. And here is a president looking to realign the party and getting them to play to win. What wasn't she getting there?
Oh, it's not that she doesn't get it. You're misreading. Pay attention to her tone. When is the last time you heard Abby Phillips that subdued? She understands. She's just terrified because she finally understands that Republicans are done playing by the Marquis of Queensberry rules that have tied our hands for the last 100 years. And we're finally learning to play the game the way that they played. That's why she's now afraid that we're going to redistrict every 2 years. Why shouldn't we? Ross just said it. In the deep blue states, they have already taken all of the Republican representation away. In the bluest of blue states, the lowest number I remember seeing was about 33% Republican representation by vote, but 0 seats, none, not even one. So no, it's not that she's not understanding. It's that she is so used to everybody in her circle being in lockstep with her that she cannot understand why it is that Republicans aren't just rolling over and taking it anymore, because she's watched them do it for her entire career, over and over and over again, except for the 2 anomalies known as the Trump terms.
I tend to agree with that. I think Democrats are certainly nervous. I mean, bringing up Texas, first and foremost, shows a fundamental misunderstanding about what actually happened in Texas. And that was the Biden DOJ blocked Texas from doing its own normal redistricting in 2020. And it took the Trump administration to come into power to win the election in 2024 to get that court action by the DOJ stopped so they could do their normal redistricting. Then you have the Louisiana versus Calais decision, which we'll talk about in a little while, which everyone is saying has gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We'll certainly talk about the ramifications of that as well going forward. But to me, it's just more of Democrats, and I'm going to see if I can pull up this other clip from CNN of Dana Bash, just lamenting what happened in this election last night as something that is just to be scared of, to fear, and to simply, what's the word I'm looking for here? To fearmonger, Galloway, as I'm looking for the clip, to fearmonger for Democrats, I guess, in order to whip their own base.
Yeah, to whip their own base. I mean, look what Virginia did. They put like an unconstitutional proposal on a ballot measure to amend their constitution temporarily to gerrymander their state, right? Like, so fuck them, man. Like, I don't understand where the outrage is like, where are the rest of the Republicans? I'll tell you the state to watch real quick while you look for this clip. Look at South Carolina. Clyburn is the only Democrat there. It's a race-based gerrymander district. He brought us Joe Biden, and South Carolina is slow playing eliminating that district in light of the Louisiana decision and what these other Republican states started doing, right? So not everyone knows how to fight, and maybe Donald Trump needs to lean in on some more local races in the near future.
All right, so I have the clip here. I want you to listen to the cope coming out of Dana Bash and this panel that she assembled.
So what does this mean for the president's grip on the GOP? Well, I asked James Blair, who is one of the president's top political advisors, who's running his efforts on the midterms. Here's what he said, quote, "Sometimes you can vote your feelings, but sometimes you need to vote with the party. As the elected party leader, the president gets to decide which vote is which, and he is always clear and upfront about it. Nobody should be surprised about any of this."
And before we get to the panel, this is the way politics works, people, time immemorial, from the top down. Democrats are very good at this, by the way. They are a monolith when they vote in Congress, in the Senate. They are always together. They may have their own internal squabbles, but when it comes down to brass tacks, Democrats are great at whipping the vote and getting their agenda put forward here. Let's continue on with the clip.
I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters. And Dolan, this is something that the president was very upset about. The Indiana Republican legislature said, nope, we're not going to go along with your plan to do mid-decade redistricting. And he said, I'm going to exact revenge. I'm going to run primary challengers, and we're going to beat you. And in most of the cases, he did.
He did. And that's the framing, Galloway. Talk about the framing by Dana Bash right there.
Yeah, well, for a spokesperson, I get it. He's a party guy. He said it wrong. You don't vote on your feelings when you represent a district. You vote on your principles, right? And the fact that there were Republicans elected in the state of Indiana that did not vote to redistrict after the Democrats waged that war forever on us shows you not what their feelings were, what their principles were, that they were cowards. They didn't want to fight. Like, what would be the principle that you can articulate that would say that we don't want to do what the Democrats have done to us forever, right? You're too weak to represent Republicans anywhere.
I agree with that. But at the same time, you do have to allow you have to allow people to feel like they're part of the process as well. And I think that's what he was meant by with your feelings. I think you should have said your opinions. I think that would have been a better way of phrasing it. Let's continue on with the clip here.
Right. Indiana stood out really as an outlier for the most part when you look at the last year in terms of Republicans, really Republican state legislators pushing.
So this is a New York Times reporter, by the way.
Awesome screenshot there. Look at those eyes. They got the crazy eyes. Perfect, Gene.
I'm getting ready for him to do some 90s rapping.
He looks like Sinbad's illegitimate kid.
How's that for a screen? Yeah, it looks like
Kid
I would say more Kid and Play, but yeah. There's a better screen cap for you, Galloway. Let's keep going.
Against President Trump and his impulses, and in this case for redrawing the maps to gain an edge. They stood out, and the president was clear that he was going to focus on challenging those representatives when it came to this election. And he put that focus on the primary. And we're seeing that the results show that up until this point, yes, there are fissures in the MAGA base. Yes, the most outspoken critics of President Trump in his own base.
Look at how miserable these people are. By the way, this is a panel of reporters. So you know they're not happy with the results last night because their theory about the MAGA base coming apart blew up in one night. Rick, you can't hate the media enough.
Well, I mean, you're right. You can't hate the media enough, but you can enjoy all of their Schadenfreude chickens coming home to roost all at once. Because I'm going to this is, again, I said this with Abby Phillips. I said this with the first cat that you played. All of these people should probably be on suicide watch right now because they have no idea what to do with themselves. They look despondent. This guy looks like one of the angry balcony Muppets. This one, I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just in just a jovial mood for some reason tonight, but I am enjoying all of this probably a lot more than I should because they've been the ones tap dancing for weeks about how the midterms were theirs. History is on their side. And now you're just watching them just frantically trying to grab onto anything they can find. Win. Republicans don't really know what to do with that, and Democrats really don't know what to do with it when it's not their side playing to win, and all of their dirty tricks keep blowing up in their faces lately.
Absolutely. Listen, this is not just any commenter. This is Conscience right here. Conscience is the man who created Political Buffoonery Part 1, which is the theme that we use for This Week in Dumbocracy. So his opinion super matter, man. He is a talented dude. Check out his channel as well. We can't wait for Political Buffoonery Part 2, by the way. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And public service announcement from Galloway in the chat as well. There are two chats going on. We have the vertical live stream going on, and we also have a traditional horizontal letterbox live stream going on. You can choose which one you want to participate in, and those are the ones you can do. But, you know, the chat rooms are more hopping in the vertical. If you guys in the vertical want to head over to the horizontal, you can be liven it up there, even as much there as well. Be sure to like it wherever you are, subscribe, comment, all that really, really good stuff. Galloway, I got a special clip that I thought of just for you. And this is a clip from Benny Johnson's show, talking with Indiana Congressman Marlin Stutzman. What a name, by the way. Benny brought up a great point that I wanted to talk about with you, particularly because I know you're not a fan of Mike Pence. Mike Pence is apparently the biggest loser out of this primary because he was, I guess, behind the scenes trying to help out these incumbents fend off the primary challenges from the Trump-endorsed candidates. Let's watch this clip, and then I want to get your thoughts.
For Mike Pence in the state of Indiana, this is a massive, devastating defeat for Pence, who I think was sort of a dark lord behind the scenes trying to manipulate the situation.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, I worked with Governor Mitch Daniels and then Governor Mike Pence. I worked with Mike Pence in Congress. I had a deep respect for both of them. And I'll tell you what, Benny, if they would have been governor when George W. Bush was president and George W. Bush would have asked them to redistrict, they would have done the same thing. And I think it's a little disingenuous for them now that they're out of office and because they don't like, you know, whether it's President Trump's personality or whatever it is, for them to work against today's party. I mean, they would have done the same thing if they would have been in office because we have to stick together as a party to win. And I'm disappointed. It's like, you know what, just don't say anything. That would be best. And they're losing popularity so quickly, even amongst Hoosiers. I represent part of the old Pence seat. And I'm surprised that Mike Pence decided to get involved. And you know what? I have a ton of respect for these people for their service in the past, but they need to realize that today's Democrat Party, it's not Grandpa and Grandma's Democrat Party. This is a party full of Marxists and socialists, and we have to fight whether we like the rules or not. This isn't, Benny, it's not a biblical issue. This is not a spiritual issue. This is not even a moral issue. This is a partisan issue. And Democrats are redrawing their maps in these other states, and they've been doing it, taking advantage of us. And finally, we have a fighter and that says, hey, let's do the same thing because this is the way the rules are, to be able to be competitive in Washington.
Let me get your thoughts to what Congressman Marlon Stutzman said.
You just correct something. I don't necessarily dislike Mike Pence. I'm not a fan, but first of all, I'll say the election in 2020 obviously was stolen, right? I won't go into that any further. Obviously stolen, but Mike Pence was in a bad spot. But what Mike Pence should have done after that, despite whatever Trump wanted him to do, like I get why Pence didn't do those things, he should have faded away. Right. Instead, he ran for office again, lost. I don't even know if he made it to the first state in the primary in this last cycle. And now he's like still trying to resurface. Like Mike Pence needs to be a footnote in history. Right. I don't necessarily hate the man, but he has no business being involved in politics anymore, even in Indiana. And this should be the final nail in that political coffin, if nothing else.
Well, if you take Marlon Stutzman, Rick, at face value, it seems like a state that Donald Trump won by 20 points doesn't want to go back to the old school way that Mike Pence has been dealing with politics. Mike Pence, probably a very honorable man. Boring as hell. I've had to sit through many speeches of his at different dinners and things like that. Always the same speech over and over again. Honorable man, boring man. I wouldn't call him a fighter or a champion for the values that he holds so dear.
And he was much better as supporting cast in both Johnny Quest and King of the Hill than he ever was as a politician.
Johnny Quest, that's a deep pull.
King of the Hill, that was brilliant.
I saw him one time with the wrinkly, scowled up face, and I always thought of Cotton Hill, and I couldn't unsee it after that. So, yeah.
Yes, but he can bend his knees, so that's good for him. So let's put a bow on this whole discussion of last night. This was a deep red state that followed their deep red leader, and Trump asserts himself completely and totally as the person in control of the party. No more of this talk of who's really in control and if there's buyer's remorse out there, I would say. But as we head towards a general election in these states, do you feel, Ross, that Trump being in the driver's seat will propel victory in these states? We haven't really talked about Ohio, but you can include them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little more hawkish now going into the midterms, to be honest. With a lot of the redistricting that's happened, the Virginia court snafu on their redistricting plan, Trump clearly, the base is still loyal to him. I'm feeling more hawkish that the Republicans are going to survive the midterms. And I was going to say this for my final thought, but let me just throw this in here real quick, Gene. For the naysayers that are saying, Trump is losing his grip and, the big tent is collapsing. There comes a time between, when you have to figure out, do we want the big tent or do we have to clean house every once in a while? And Trump is in the process of cleaning house and getting some vengeance. Like, who did we lose over the last few months in the big tent? I'll just rattle off a few names real quick. Thomas Massie, never votes for Republicans, who cares? Liz Cheney before that, who cares? MTG, fucking crazy. Candace Owens, even more crazy. Tucker Carlson, attacked by demons. And fucking Nick Fuentes, who now admits he's a Democrat. So you know what? I'm all for this, man. Vengeance, clean house, get rid of some of these rhinos, and let's go full steam ahead into the midterms. Chips fall where they may.
Yep, Matt Lofton will throw Susan Collins in there as well, who we might lose or who we might keep. Who knows what happens when you have
Gene is a Susan Collins fan. I think he interned for her back in high school or college. I'm not. Let her go too. Another garbage.
Full disclosure, I actually interned for a Democrat. So
Susan Collins.
Rick, well, you might need her to stop the Nazi, but whatever. Rick, coming out of Indiana, What do you think happens in Kentucky with Massey, who is he's up double digits? I know that. I think it was 14 the last I checked.
I mean, Massey's kind of a different animal. Kentucky's weird anyway because they politically they like don't really have a home. They're all over the place. Massey's kind of a different animal. He's really popular with his base. I don't think Trump's going to be able to snipe him. I'm glad that he's at least trying, but I really don't think he's gonna be able to pull that one off. Which unfortunately is just gonna embolden Massey, who's basically nothing more than a Democrat light now that he's done his glow up and is banging a liberal. So there's that.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just gonna check some comments here. Here's one comment I'll throw up right now. Erwin Curtis 4028. Thanks for the comment. We really appreciate it. No left, no right, no red or blue, no Republicans or Democrats, just haves and have-nots. Wake up, folks. And I'll just throw up.
I don't understand where they go with this because they are using communist language to piss people off. The haves and the have-nots is a communist philosophy, and it pisses me off that so many of us in this country use it now because it used to be, and I say this all the time, it used to be in this country when, little Johnny was walking down the street with Dad and he saw some dude in a brand new Bentley and Johnny's eyes lit up and Dad said, "Hey, you like that car, son? In America, if you work hard enough, you can get one." Now it's turned into, "Hey, you like that car, son? Don't worry, it's not fair that he has it either, and eventually we're going to figure out how to take it away from him." That's the haves and have-nots is bullshit in my opinion. So sorry, I didn't mean to Bigfoot and step over the chat, but I hate that because embracing one of the 7 deadly sins is not a good look, America. Envy is not something we're supposed to foment. Just saying.
Thank you very much, Rowdy Rick Pence. Anyways, I was actually going to use Erwin's comment as a good segue to discuss an issue of when the have-nots have their things taken from them by government ineptitude and buffoonery, and tries to exact that revenge going forward. And I'm talking about what's going on in the Democratic Socialist Republic of Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt is making a lot of noise. For those of you who are OGs in the chat, you may remember him as being one of the freaking morons from the MTV reality show The Hills, and him just being a complete tool and idiot and moron. But as of late, in his run against Karen Bass and another woman who is running for mayor of Los Angeles, he has a point. And this point has been getting across in a lot of these ads that are going viral. Some have AI and some are just him explaining his positions. Let's start off with this one so everybody can understand why Spencer Pratt, of all people, is running for mayor of Los Angeles and why his campaign is resonating with a lot of Angelinos.
Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. Home burned down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
So that's sort of like the opening salvo. He then went on Joe Rogan and started talking more about the ineptitude and the buffoonery and the incompetence from these fires, and how when Karen Bass, this is something I didn't know, Ross, check this out. When Karen Bass was off wherever the hell she was in Africa, I think, during these fires and not responding to what was going on, this was the deputy mayor involved.
You know when the mayor was in Ghana as everything was burning down? Do you know who she left in charge? Her deputy mayor? Do you know where the deputy mayor was? The deputy mayor, Mayor Karen Bass's deputy mayor, was on house arrest because he was arrested for calling in a bomb threat to City Hall. This is real life. This is the person that's supposed to take the call because she's in Africa.
Why did he call in a bomb threat to City Hall?
Great question.
So that's who the type of people we're dealing with. So when they're like, "Oh, Spencer, you don't have the experience to be mayor," well, I promise my deputy mayors that I have on deck, they aren't calling in any bomb threats to City Hall. So ahead of the curve. Also, I'm not going in to steal taxpayer money. I'm going in to stop all this. So again, I really believe there's enough common sense people that see that I'm not doing politics. I don't want to do any of this. Politics it's a job. These people are career politicians. I never wanted to be a career politician. Before my house burned down, I was selling my healing crystals. Just to be clear, they have no magical powers. They all burned in my house. So anybody.
This guy was just a typical nut. And now he is actually one of the top 3 candidates, Galloway, for mayor of Los Angeles. And the top, I might add, self-identified Republican, even though it's a nonpartisan race.
So I know nothing about him. I'm not big on like reality shows or social media or any of that stuff. I wish I didn't see the healing crystals segment you just played, because that kind of ruined everything. But in all honesty, how can he be worse than Karen Bass? Right? And Karen Bass, by the way, I didn't see that clip before. I saw Karen Bass's response to his ad that he created, where she said that he's exploiting the fact that people's homes were burned down and he's using it for political gain. Motherfucker, his house was burned down.
Yeah.
Right? Who's he exploiting? No one. And before I throw it back to you, Gene, I got to say, don't ever say Angelinos again. I don't know where the hell that came from. I hate that term. It sounds so fruity. Never say that on the show again, please.
Number 1, my fucking show, I'll say what I want. Number 2, I think I heard it in a movie. Number 3, I agree with you. I won't do it again. Rick, Spencer Pratt, in my opinion, probably has no shot. But he is certainly putting the heat on Karen Bass, who is staying in this race as an unpopular incumbent. And the fact that she's staying in and Pratt can just basically use her like a piñata against this other woman, I think her name is Nithya, who is running to the left of Bass. It makes for an interesting dynamic.
Well, I'm looking for something because he has a much better ad, and I have it right here.
I have great ads to show. While you're looking for that, I'm going to play the one that
I didn't know if you had that one. I didn't know if you had it, so I'm just going to drop it just in case you don't.
I have at least 3 more ads to play. Let's start with the one that Latinos for Pratt put up. This is hilarious and scary because it's true.
Says the out the day, smoking guy. We were coughing in the kitchen. She was saying bye bye.
This is politics today, Galloway.
I mean, it's a catchy ass tune. Don't get me wrong,
but look how basura is spelled. Bass-sura.
Brilliant. I did not notice that. I mean, yeah. Think about it for a second. I know everybody's political memories are real short, but I remember watching this on TV in real time, right? And it was like, where was the mayor in Africa? Okay, let's get the fire chief on the TV. A DEI big lesbian. Who actually turned on Karen Bass at some point and then got fired, right? Because she said that, she wasn't given the resources needed. They cut her budget. And then the other part that we all forgot, which Newsom should pay a heavy price for this too. I don't know why he's not. When Trump said that there was no water in the fire hydrants because of California leftist policies that did not allow them to use water, or they were dumping it into the ocean or some shit. Like, we kind of just blew it off, right? Because California's so fucked up, and at the end of the day, who cares? But there are Americans living there. Like, I hope Pratt the best, man. He can't do any worse than Karen Bass.
So this is the ad that Rick was talking about. I'm going to have to mute the end of it because it's got some songs in it that I probably can't play. But this is more your speed, Galloway, because it's a darker, grittier ad.
Brilliant.
It lumps them all together. You're going to love this one.
And it does have Newsom in it, by the way, too.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look!
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground,
Pull through that!
I feel so.
And I have to mute it from here. But this, Marco Rubio playing DJ.
Love it.
As Newsom and Kamala Harris and Karen Bass feel the wrath of the people. What do you think, man? Like I said, this is politics today.
I mean, how great was it? Do you remember, Gene, too, when Donald Trump went there and did the round table?
Yes.
And Karen Bass promised that the building permits would be expedited and these people would be able to start rebuilding just about immediately. And Trump said, we are going to lift all the red tape on federal permitting. We just need California to do the same thing. And they promised they would. A year later, almost nothing has been done there. This is the Democratic Party of today, right? Red tape, bureaucracy, no progress. They call themselves progressives. What progress are they making?
Well, that's why they always used to ask the question, well, if you're conservative, what are you conserving? That's because they're progressives that make no progress. But I would like to rewind to about a year ago before I make my comment about the video. Remember a year ago when I'm pretty much on this very show, we all said, I wonder how long before they start trying to bring low-income housing into this burnout area. And then what happened about 6 months later when we started figuring out they weren't doing permits and stuff? All of a sudden, the announcement was made that they were going to start trying to bring low-income housing into what used to be a high-end area of California. Now, as far as this video, I kind of feel, and again, this is cheesy, but I feel like it was a missed opportunity because they really should have ended with the 60s Batman theme and just went with Pratt Man. Just saying.
Oh
man. Well, we got to get you on this campaign.
Rick, we got to get you out there, man.
Let's put it out to the people in chat. Once again, you got choices 1, 2, and 3. Does President Pratt have a shot of winning? Viva la Revolucion? No, he's reality show trash, or don't know, but his ads are lit. Let us know. We'll leave this up for about 5 minutes as we discuss just the state of politics in California right now. Karen Bass may be, poisoning her own party. We got the gubernatorial race, which may feature 2 Republicans in the top 2. We don't know. Or it's going to be Katie Porter up against a Republican possibly. And recent news of Eric Swalwell coming out where dude was caught sending Snapchat videos out of his junk. Shocker. And just more and more information coming out about how much of a creepy little bastard he was. These are the leaders of California. You got Gavin Newsom, who is just completely lost touch. Bill Maher destroyed him recently, by the way. Katie Porter, who is throwing scalding mashed potatoes on her husband's head and yelling at staffers to stop blocking her shot. Eric Swalwell, who was leaving the stage left very badly. And Karen Bass. And their hope for Los Angeles, Galloway, is the Los Angeles version of Mom Donnie. What the fuck, man?
I gotta be honest, I'm having a hard time concentrating right now because Rick's got that Batman thing stuck in my head. Pratt, man. I take it out of my head now. It would have been perfect.
And that's why you shouldn't have buffoons in politics. Look, Donald Trump was a reality star, right? Immediately before he ran for office, he was doing reality TV. Spencer Pratt just was known for being a prick on a reality show. And because his house burned down, he's now thrown himself into this spotlight. Is this just a grift, or is this someone that can actually win?
Well, the question I want to ask, and maybe Rick can jump in on this, is, like, I'm very curious, what is Karen Bass's, and I ask this about all Democrats, right? What is her platform? Like, what do Democrats run on and win, right? Can she say, like, homelessness is better, gas prices are down, the economy's doing, like, what is she running on? That? But she's going to win, by the way. We all know that. Like, what is she running on?
Well, she's going to win because the machine's going to make sure she wins. Let's just be pretty honest there. I mean, I have my co-host coming up in a little bit actually works in California politics, and he tells me about all the guardrails and everything they have in place. But with as screwed up as their system is, I'm not doubting him, but I still think there's some shenanigans that happen behind the scenes. But I mean, I don't know how she's going to run. I mean, what has she done? Again, she was blessing the rains in Africa while her state was on fire. And then she blamed climate change. And a week after that, all of us that do shows like this were like, they're blaming climate change. And I've got 5-1 that it's going to come out that it was arson. Not only was it arson, it was somebody who hates Republicans trying to teach Republicans a lesson by lighting California on fire, because Republicans are evil, Republicans are Nazis, and if you don't want the Republicans dead, you're not truly human. And it's just, so I don't know what she's going to run on, other than, I love the fact that entire song in Spanish was basically taken out the trash. That's what stuck in my head. So, because that's what that means.
Oh, it's stuck in your head, you say?
For those that don't know.
Latinos for the Pratt, we're singing, cause we're tired of this dirty beat. Said we ride that plain train, sleek and smooth, World Cup coming, nowhere to move. Just lines, delays, we're studying that, but every single pothole still attacks my tires flat. Spencer, Sakalavas, all this mess, all this spin, from Hollywood to City Hall, feels like the trash moved in.
But since you've put this up again, I have to point this out. This is another reason why the Democrats are panicking, because they moved in all these folks. Some of these folks have come in the right way and become citizens, and the ones that have done it the right way are now voting with us because they don't want the people that are coming in the wrong way to be able to jump in front of them and get all this stuff. So that's another reason why they're panicking. Because if you look at California's numbers, the only reason their population's been going up is because of illegals. And now we're trying to get rid of them. And
you know what? You raise a great point that I could have segued into if I had the clip ready. But during the gubernatorial debate in California, Katie Porter basically said the exact same thing, letting it be like a slip of the tongue about how the only thing that is keeping the economy going in California are illegal immigrants. Is the only thing that they're productive with. Let me see if I can find the clip.
Yeah, while you're looking for it, I think she actually said the only growth California is seeing is due to illegal immigration.
I found it. I'm going to post it up on the screen right now. I just have to get out of this, click on this, go here, share my screen. Sorry, folks. I'm my own director, coordinator. I do the shows. Galloway's the eye candy. I just have to do everything else. Let me see. I believe it's this one here. Share. And now I'm going to let me know if you guys can see the entire screen in big in there. You got it?
Yeah, we can see
the video now. And here we go.
Go ahead. It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years. Go ahead. It's the job of the California governor.
Everybody catch that at the end? The only way the state's been growing is by illegal immigrants.
Hey, Edward, your mom texted, don't wait up. I'm going to be trying to give her a son she's proud of after the show.
Listen, don't worry about the trolls. All you trolls out there, I'm saving all your comments for the end of the show so we can do a little troll smashing. Edward Fitzpatrick, you're
I won't be here for that, so that's why I'm giving my shot now.
Oh, you want to do it? All right, so you want to take a minute to do some troll smashing? Here you go.
I already did. I said, hey, Edward, your mom's texting me. She said, don't wait up. I'm going to be busy trying to give her a son she's proud of after the show.
Okay. Erwin Curtis wants to know, has anybody with a handlebar mustache ever won a political race? Yeah, go back to the last 120, 130 years.
Probably in the 1800s.
I like that question.
It's a great question. I would think, like the late 1800s, 1880s, around that time, right? Would you say handlebar mustaches?
Yeah, there had to be some. I mean, no one famous, I guess. But
Do me a favor. Start searching while we start saying goodbye to Rick. See if you can find someone with a handlebar mustache. Rick, you got another show to get to, which we'll be pushing our fans to after this show. So why don't you let everybody know what they can look forward to?
Coming up next on KLRN Radio is the Rick and Morty Show with myself and everybody's favorite Amish attorney. We'll be talking about some of the same stuff, and then usually for the second half of the show, we get into a little pop culture, what we're watching kind of stuff, because by the fourth hour, I've talked politics for 6 hours on Wednesdays. So
usually give them
about a half an hour.
Do not spoil the Daredevil finale. I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet either, so don't feel bad.
Don't spoil it. All right. Have fun, man. You can drop out anytime you want to here. Thanks
just
for
for
hanging
that,
out.
I'm gonna watch it and blow up chat and blow up X and shit with the finale info later. No, I'm just playing. I wouldn't do that.
Go to hell. You know what? I'm kicking you now just for saying that. Get out of here. Love you, man. Talk to you soon. In the little bit we have left here, pal, I did want to touch on one other thing. Let me see if I can pull it up here. So this goes along with the whole redistricting discussion that we had earlier, and all the talk about what the Supreme Court did in Louisiana versus Calais, in stating that racial profiling basically cannot be the sole reason for creating a district. You can't create majority and minority districts anymore. There has to be some other reason for it. Well, in dealing with that decision, SCOTUS was asked by the winners of that case to be able to implement the new map faster. Typically, after a Supreme Court ruling, you have to wait 32 days unless the court decides to waive that time period. So the court, upon the application of the victors of the decision, and without any signal from the opposition that they were going to be challenging that, agreed to waive that 32-day period. The court, this is from SCOTUS blog, court immediately finalized Voting Rights Act decision, refuses request to reverse this. According to SCOTUS blog, Supreme Court on Monday night granted a request to immediately finalize its opinion in Louisiana versus Calais, in which it struck down that state's congressional map to allow Louisiana to draw a new map in time for the 2026 elections. The court's decision.
All right, folks, we're going to be stepping away from this one. Stay tuned right here live on KLRNRadio.com. The Rick and Morty Show coming up next.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the lone dissenter. She basically was complaining that.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this.
Uh-oh.
Ah!
Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. You are tuned in live and locked into Rick and Orty. I am Rick. He is Orty, and you're not. But thank you for tuning in anyway. How you doing, Amish? How's things? How you doing?
It's fucking hot.
Right? It's not here, so for once, it's
Damn
reversed,
hot.
'cause lately I've been the one going, it's hot, and you're like, it feels pretty good here, and I'm like, yeah, no, we have.
It literally snowed the day before yesterday. Today it is 70.
Nice.
No. I
Welcome,
scratched it.
welcome to
It's
Weather
80
Whiplash.
today.
Welcome to Weather Whiplash. I had a feeling you were going to say
The
hotter.
psychosis of the Great Eastern Sierra.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What's going on with you? What's new with Rick?
been digging that Pratt Man video that's been going around today.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
I kind of feel
you
like
nailed it. You nailed it on Gene's show. They really should have
Yeah,
gone with the 60s camp.
They really should have ended with the 60s thing and just had Pratt Man at the end. That would have, I'm just saying. That would
Pratt Man.
I would have gotten about as stuck in the head as the whole Sakala Basura thing that's been playing in my head now all for the last half hour, thanks to G. So yeah, that would have worked.
Yeah,
But-
another great ad.
Yeah. Especially.
You know, Pratt. That's somebody else. Pratt is he's not putting these videos out either. These are all like, supporter created.
Oh, I know.
That are just, and that's the best thing about it. I mean, fish face bass just can't compete with that. She is not the viral.
I still, and again, this goes back to, something we talk about all the time because we usually do the Conspiratainment show a couple times a week. But the length of time it now takes for conspiracy theories to typically be proven fact on average is about 6 weeks. Because this one took a little longer. But remember a couple of weeks after the whole Hollywood fire thing, and we were all like, yeah, this is probably going to turn out to be ours. And they're like, no. This is all climate change's fault. And then what did we find out this week? Apparently climate change has hands and feet.
I believe it was also an illegal immigrant Antifa. If memory recalls.
I don't remember if it was illegal alien, but I know he was somebody that definitely did not like Republicans and was all down for the whole,
he did not.
Murder CEOs and all that stuff. So yeah, definitely a shining example of left's mental stability.
Yes, because they're the smart ones. As we are constantly reminded. But yeah, I mean, not only, was it arson, but we all called it that, when Trump had the little round table there and, he said, we're getting the Fed out of the way. All you got to do is just, get the permits out. And she said, oh, yeah, I'll absolutely do it. Or no, she said, I'll find a way to do it. And he said, yeah, I'll be watching. But nothing came of that.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of starting a parody account or a satire account attached to mine that, and then nothing happened. So that way I can go back to those stories and retweet them.
That would probably be pretty cool.
Yeah. Patent pending, copyright, triple stamp, the double stamp.
Okay, so
I'll probably never do it.
So I just saw this, and since I've just seen it, I think we'll go ahead and play the clip and discuss. So hang on a second, because I've been on air for like forever, and I had no idea this came out. But apparently, a judge has declared that, hang on, something is going to be unsealed, and I don't want to say too much about it until I load the clip. So hang on. Wait a minute, let me just do this, because I'm about to make it worse if I don't. Because I forget it. It actually lets me share more than one tab at a time now, and it'll get confusing if I do that. So we'll just do that here and then come back down here. So one moment, please. All right, so it should be loading now. And here's the clip.
Breaking tonight in just the past few minutes, a federal judge in New York is ordering the unsealing of a suicide note purportedly written by Jeffrey Epstein in a Manhattan jail. According to the court documents, a cellmate said he discovered the note in July 2019 after Epstein was found unresponsive with a strip of cloth around his neck. Epstein survived that incident, but weeks later he was found dead in jail. The note specifically is there on screen. We'll continue to follow this tomorrow.
So, yeah, I guess they're still trying to...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, no, he was suicided.
Yeah, but I was waiting for the note to say this was not suicide.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the note to say, I have evidence on Hillary Clinton.
This was Arkansas, not suicide. You've made a lot of people disappear when they have an entire term for when you make it happen.
Yeah, we still got to do that on Jux.
Yeah.
Let's do that on the next Jux.
We can do that.
Arkansas.
Yeah, so I don't know if he would be available, but I actually have someone that I used to work with who was a medical examiner during a lot of those Arkansas moments. So I might see if he wants to pop on for a few.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. It's like the suicide of the kid who was high on pot and just happened to lay down on some railroad tracks when a train ran over him.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I know you use I've used in the past quite a lot, whole lot. I've never been so tired from weed that I could not hear a train coming. I've never been that high
Yeah, well, I don't
on
necessarily
weed.
I don't necessarily want to say that, but I think that maybe because partly it's become this whole medical thing and now they're trying to make it as, as potent as possible. Cuz my first foray into edibles did not go well.
I
I
remember these
I
edibles
had
ain't shit.
So yeah, I had a friend who bought me. I had a friend who bought me a honey straw, and it was a 25 milligram honey straw. So one night I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. Don't have any work to do. I'll just take a hit off of it, see what it does. So not doing the smart thing. Guy who does research for a living doesn't say, hey, maybe I should research how this edible stuff works before I just dive in. No, didn't do that. So I open the straw, take a hit. 20 minutes pass, not really feeling anything yet. Take another little dip. Yeah, another 5 or 10 minutes, still not really nothing. Take another dip. And before I realize it, I'm halfway into a 25 milligram straw, having never really done anything like this before. And by the time it finally hits, I'm 3/4 of the way through the straw. And I remember thinking, because I was making fun of it the day before, there was a reel going around about the dude that was hanging out holding onto a shower rail. And he's like, when the edible finally hits, and he's like, I'm on my way to work on the subway. And he's holding a shower rail. That was pretty much me in that moment because I didn't know where I was, what I was doing. I was super hot. My clothes, I was like, oh, I got to tell you. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But yeah, I can still say I wasn't so out of it that if a train whistle had been blowing, I wouldn't have said, oh, maybe I should see what happens if I just look at this a little longer.
Yeah.
And I was pretty fucked up. I'm going to try to pretend I wasn't. But so anyway.
Drugs are bad, okay? But,
I
hey,
mean,
while we're
they're
talking
bad.
about pot.
Sure. What you got?
The most annoying woman in Virginia's Senate.
Oh, I saw this. So, funnily enough, this happened to be Food's Day off. So, I saw this story come out. So, I tagged her in the launch of the stream today, thinking that she might come on and see, that someone that she really doesn't like was getting thrown under the bus today. And she didn't until much, much later. But yeah, that was delicious because, yeah, all of a sudden FBI is raiding places, warrants are being served, dispensaries being hit. And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. And it's like, she just sold some unregulated pot out of her dispensaries. I'm sorry. Wasn't the argument that if you have it regulated, then you have controlled dosage, and then you don't have to worry about fentanyl and angel dust and all the things you can get on the street? It's safe. I recall that being the primary argument behind, at least in California, behind the legalization of it.
I mean, you would think, but what do I know?
Yeah.
What do I know? But yeah.
But the best part about it is, Trump's just going after blah, blah. This investigation was started under the Biden administration.
They always leave that part out.
And apparently, this is still breaking. She also had a lot of Medicare businesses. It's weird how Democratic politicians have figured out how to just fleece Medicare.
Well, of course. The bigger a system is, the easier it is to fleece, and they know it.
Yeah. Yeah, so apparently she has some of that going on too, but we'll see how that pans out. And yeah, but I mean, the girl boss of girl bosses. Oh, Trump's just doing it because they passed the redistricting in Virginia. Well, no. And also, wasn't started by Trump. And also, how's that working out with you with Tennessee and Louisiana right now?
Oh, Alabama's trying to get in the mix too. And so is
Excellent.
Georgia. So yeah, this could all be interesting. But I know this is something we've said a lot, but it's really funny how suddenly shit's happening now that DOJ Barbie's been retired.
Somebody tried to fight with me the other day about that. It's like, it takes more than just a couple days to start an indictment and blah, 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 and the investigation and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm aware of that. However, she was there for nearly a year or over a year. And the only thing you could point to her doing was the Epstein file binders and going on Newsmax and Fox every 18 seconds.
Right?
Other than that, what did she fucking do?
Nothing. And I think that's exactly what wound up pissing off Trump with her and with Homesec Barbie, because they made themselves the face of everything. Look, I say this all the time. As somebody who has run businesses, as somebody who has, put things together, one of the last things that I ever really want to be is the person that's always out front. I want other people to do that a lot of the time, especially if it's something like this, because as somebody who is the head of an agency, your job should be to have your people being promoted, the work that they're doing promoted, and not only that, why the hell are you paying a salary for a spokesperson when you're the one doing the news hits? If you're going to do that, then say, hey, President Trump, we're going to just doge this thing for the next 4 years because I'm going to do all the press hits and you don't have to pay me for it. I probably would have been okay with that. But what pissed me off was realizing that each of these departments has a public facing spokesperson who's supposed to be doing the media hits, who was getting paid for it, while these two were dolling themselves up to go do their camera hits. I'm like, that's not your job. Your job is to run the agency. Your job is to make sure that things work the way they were supposed to. And let's face it, after what Biden did to these two groups, there was lots of work that needed to be done. Lots of work that needed to be done. And y'all were too busy out being the spokespeople that you already had spokespeople and salaries paid and everything else. And all of it was just insane to me. I mean, look, I tried to give Noam the benefit of the doubt. I really did. I lost it with Bondi the day that the influencer binder thing happened. I'm like, that's it. This is just going to be us. Now we've got our flock of influencers that are going to be the ones that get to break all the news. And it's going to be just like the left, even though we were just making fun of these people. And I was pretty much done with Bondi from that point forward. There were a couple times I tried to defend her, but I mean, there was just absolutely nothing that was getting done that should have been getting done, because everybody forgets we typically had 2 years to basically get everything done that we could get done, just to show people that we were trying to do things, and then hope that was enough to have them say, hey, y'all are actually doing what we sent you in to do. So we're going to vote for you again. The only bright spot here is, while our side hasn't done half of what they said they were going to do, every single bit of the Democratic dirty laundry seems to be getting drug out into the light, and they are flailing like vampires being dragged into the sunlight and don't know what to do. I talked about this on Gene's show last night. After what happened tonight, after what happened in Indiana, every single press hit you saw from a leftist looks like they just got released from Suicide Watch.
Right.
They all look like.
I want to roll back to Sec Barbie really quick.
Sure.
Remember when you got annoyed when I was completely black-pilled about her?
Yeah, I know. I vacillated a little bit, but you were right. I was wrong. I'm not afraid to say it.
Okay. All right. All right. No, you know what? The only downside of that whole thing when I went completely black-pilled on fucking Bondi was that Dylan blocked me. Because I got mad at Dylan for a little bit. Jen Van Laar talked me off the edge about that. And I actually had a mea culpa. I said, look, you're only as good as your boss lets you be. But she still blocked me after that. So
nice. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway. But yeah, no. I will admit when I'm wrong, and I think part of the reason why I was a little more forgiving is I have a thing for blondes where you do not. So
all right. Yeah, and there you go. Now, had she been a ginger?
Yeah, my ex ruined me for gingers.
Yeah.
My ex ruined me for gingers. Yeah. I don't think I will ever dip into that pool again.
Yeah, Jeff had a good point. He just sent me on Discord, because the way he said it won't make it through the X chat filter is Sec Barbie and Over the Age DOJ Barbie made it about them. Rubio also makes it about him, but Rubio gets shit done. You know, where those two were just talking. That's all they did was they're fucking wine moms.
Well, here's the
All
other
they did was
thing.
talk.
Rubio gets shit done, but Rubio has also learned how to be funny while he's getting things done. So it doesn't matter that it seems like he has every job in the administration because he's cracking jokes like he's doing it. Like this week, just the other day, he filled in for press sec. And one of my favorite moments, even though it was a small one, was when they tried to make a joke because, you know, there's the video of him spinning the other day. And they're like, so what's your DJ name? You ain't ready for my DJ name. That was perfect. That was perfect.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, I mean, Rubio has fun with it. I'm not a fan of Vance, but he's a good sport about, you know, the big fat head and the curly hair and everything. So, you know, he gets it, but yeah.
I mean, I was more of a fan of Vance in the beginning, but the more I see Rubio, especially considering how he started, because remember a couple of political generations ago when he took a sip of water with both hands and everybody lost their shit. I think that was.
Oh, those were such. We were so naive then.
But yeah, it's just, you know, watching him now. I mean, I made this comment the other day. When is the last time we actually had a president who pretty much had either done or been involved in pretty much every position in the cabinet? Those are the kind of bosses that you want, because that's what.
I don't think we've ever had one.
Yeah, that's what drove people crazy when I went to work first with Convergys and then Southwest. Because I did run my own business, they were like, why didn't you just, you know, come in a management position? Like, because I don't know shit about how you guys do anything yet. If I'm going to become a manager, I want to start at the bottom, understand how everything works. So then when I'm training people and teaching them how to do things, I know how to do it. And then when I'm a boss and somebody's struggling, I can say, well, this is what I did to fix it, not just get your shit together. And it drove them crazy. And I will admit, there were a couple times when if I had done it their way, I probably would have been making bank and may have still been working at one of those couple of places. But because I didn't want to do things that way, because that's the kind of boss that I've always wanted. It's not just somebody that came in and said, well, I used to work here, and because of that, I've got management experience. This job's completely different, but I can figure it out and I can still be your boss. So, but yeah, I mean, could you imagine having a president who, you know, at least dip their toe into dealing with pretty much everything the president's cabinet has ever had to deal with? Because Rubio, at one point or another, has pretty much subbed for everybody in the cabinet so far, or at least had a
pretty
tone.
much. Yeah, except for like ag and DNI. Yeah.
But I mean, so just think about that for a second. So yeah, I mean, at this point, I would pretty much be all on board for Rubio. I mean, I still think, you know, if we had to, Vance wouldn't be terrible, but I still think Rubio would be better.
No, as long as until Vance completely disowns Tucker, no.
Yeah.
You know, while we're handing out mea culpas, I'm going to hand out. I don't know if he listens to the show or not. I hope he does. But I'm going to hand out a mea culpa to RB Pundit, because him and I went round in 16. And, you know, none of us were Trump supporters then. But, man, he was virulent Rubio. And all I knew of Rubio at that point was Gang of Eight fucking, you know. Rubio has actually legitimately changed his position. He's not the rhino that he was, you know. And, you know, I think he gets it now. Where Cruz is just kind of getting fat and getting his shots off every now and then. Put him on SCOTUS after, you know, but only after he leaves the Senate. Don't do it in the middle of fucking his term.
Yeah, I mean, I will admit I saw a pretty cool routine with shit. You just said his name, Cruz, that I played on G's show when he was joking about, you know, I know for a fact Joe Biden actually knows what a woman is because I've never once seen him sniff Schumer's hair. That was awesome.
Right.
But again, he's doing a podcast. He's getting his shots off when he can. But when is the last time he's ever actually accomplished anything recently?
You know, one of the things, you know, somebody I saw on X made the comment about, what happened in Indiana with the primaries. And, you know, they said, well, that's kind of like when Obama cleared the bench for the Democrats. Well, no. And Trump is actually building a bench. You know, it's like, you know, sent me on Discord. It's that the way he's working with Rubio and the way he's working with his cabinet, he's making a whole generation of future politicians where Obama cleared the fucking bench completely. Is in the midterms during what was it, 2006? No, his second midterms when there was that giant red wave.
Oh yeah. We still
And Jeff, that's a good point too. If Vance follows through with his fraud investigations, his Q score could rocket. Do they even do Q scores anymore?
No, I think the people calling themselves Q kind of killed that.
Yeah.
Nobody says that anymore. It was like, Q? Who else?
I mean, for those of us who've been in the entertainment and news industry for a long time, we'll know what a Q score is. Now, not so much.
So I have to vent for a second.
Okay.
Because
you have 4 minutes.
Because Barack Obama put out a post today, saying how excited he is about waiting for everybody to come visit his presidential, whatever the hell it's called. So I made the joke of be sure to bring your photo ID. 2 hours later, the GOP makes the same damn joke. I got 300 hits. They got 300,000. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, fucking steal your tweet.
Fuck y'all. Same exact joke with a screenshot. And I'm like, you bastards.
Hey, that means that they follow you.
Well, they screenshotted the part where it says, to make sure you bring your ID. But then they said basically word for word, please don't forget your photo ID. I'm like, wait a minute. I made that joke 2 hours before you and nobody saw it. You bastards. But I don't know. X is pissing me off. Like today, I had 60 by the time I finished the daily show. Now, keep in mind, when we first started doing this, like usually on the daily, I was hitting anywhere between 250 and 300. Now, I still got there, but over 2/3 were on Facebook, where that used to be a ghost town, and now people are finding me over there, which is really weird. It's like the algorithm.
Yeah, something's going on X because all the shows across the board. I mean, we haven't changed the content, but I'm noticing at least a 50% drop in all of our shows. Like right now, we're usually averaging around 300-400 or more, 600. And what are we at right now? Just out of curiosity.
Looking at just the ones I can see, we're at about 250.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Yeah, so I mean, not that we care about numbers. We used to do this with one person in the chat. So
I mean, I used to do it when Ron was in the chat. So
yeah, that's it. And then I became the second one in the chat.
And then you and Ron would entertain me for the hour while I was talking. And then Ron would yell at me about my overuse of the word literally and how I used it incorrectly all the time. So.
Yes. And then we did it just to piss him off. I know it's Ron. I hope he's proud of what we've become.
Dude, yeah, I hope he's wherever he's at. I hope he's watching and like, I knew these guys win. Okay, so before we take the break, because we're getting close to that, I got to point this out. I thought this was absolutely hilarious yesterday when I saw Ice-T of all people complaining about how hateful X has become. And I'm like, did you ever listen to any of your own music, sir? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
You still go out and do body count songs. You know that, right?
I'm like, okay. But yeah, I mean, again, I still think in a lot of ways what we thought X was going to become when somebody who was supposedly the champion of free speech got a hold of it, it's fallen short in a lot of ways. But it's still at least marginally better than it was with the last guy in charge most of the time. So
well, yeah, because I haven't lost an account in the last 4 years.
Yeah,
they suspended, but you know.
I'm gonna say, I hope you've got some wood somewhere to knock on for that one.
What is that? Formica? Yeah, that'll work. Press board with Formica? No, that's fine. Yeah, no, it still falls short. But, I will say Nikita Bauer is doing pretty well. I mean, whatever he says he's going to do usually happens within 48 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Good or bad. But, with all the influencers losing their minds, like Junior, fucking fantastic. Watching that 4-day meltdown. I'm suspended on X. And how are you post? You don't even know what suspended means, you fucking goat fucking terrorist. Syrupy.
Yeah. Apparently, you don't even know what suspended means because you're posting.
Let me tell you about suspended. I know a thing or two about suspended. You are not.
A thing or two, you say? I think you know about a half a
Yes.
dozen things about suspension.
Yeah. It's funny whenever anybody loses account, I'm the first person they DM.
How did you? Yeah. Just breathe.
Fuck, man, I don't know. Don't ask me how the economy works. I just keep submitting fucking appeals until eventually they get tired of it, I guess.
But yeah, I remember when the meltdown started about how they were going to start, making sure that, monetization was more tied to, people within your own sphere, or your own region kind of paying attention to your shit. And they're like, oh my God, I'm going to lose all my money. I'm like, so this means you are admitting that you've been paying bots to boost your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I'm in Spain and most of my audience is American. Well, move.
If you like the money you make, you should see about moving. Is it enough to consider moving?
Yeah. Jeff's got a good point too. He's 8 weeks ahead of everything Beck does. And,
I mean, well, that's been a thing for a while now. When I got serious about it, I stopped paying attention to folks like Beck or even most of the other ones because I realized that I was talking about stuff sometimes days and weeks before they did. I know Jeff has been railing about Beck's foray into AI music now for about a year. He's like, I make better music than this, and he's not wrong because he does. But,
well, and okay, talking about that, one of the benefits we have is one, we're actually fucking heavily engaged on social media, but also we're more agile. We don't have a whole crew that's putting a show together. We just fart one out in an hour. My prep was literally getting off work, sitting here, eating dinner, and reading Red State and Twitchy, and scanning my timeline. And that's my show prep for these shows. That was my show prep for FUBAR. I realized early on, taking notes, fucking pointless. One, I was with a chaos raccoon, Foo, and two,
that is probably one of the best descriptors I've ever heard of her.
You've worked with her. She's got her big war was squirrels. That's her attention span. I love her to death. Yeah, exactly.
But that's why I was laughing. All right, so we should probably take the break. But before we do, we should probably, we'll hit on this after the break because, again, just, things happening all of a sudden now that DOJ Barbie's off the scene. But we'll take the break and then we'll dip into this story when we come back. My name's Rick. He's Orty. This is Rick and Orty, and it looks like we're going to be your closing act for the night because I still haven't seen anything from Sean, and I know he was having equipment issues the other night. So I think this may be it for us. But this is also 4 hours straight for me, so I'm kind of okay with that. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Bitch, 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 bitch.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I am Rick. He is Orty. This is Rick and Orty. And yeah, I heard you doing the whole, bitch. Just to make, just on the way to break, just to bring the point home. Somebody finally did my version of a Rickroll to me. So you remember how with both you and Jen, eventually you got roped into doing a podcast because I was like, hey, you're pretty good at this. We should do this. And you're like, what? Yeah. Somebody did it to me because I've been, guesting and filling in a little bit with Gene on Behind Enemy Lines, and now suddenly I'm part of the crew. So
I've noticed that how you went from occasional guest to every week being the shit. I gotta go. I got another show coming on in seconds.
Yeah, so I have been. Somebody finally did my version of a Rickroll to me.
Yeah.
So now I know how you guys feel. But it's been fun. I actually kind of enjoy hanging out.
I mean, it's kind of funny how I went from a guest on 2 shows to Horty in like no time. Because at the time in the early KLRN, we didn't have a lot of shows. We had Fubar, we had your show, a couple others, and then it's like, okay, I grabbed Brad Slager, we're doing Culture Shift. You and I are doing Juxtaposition. Me, Jeff, and Lou are doing Cyber War, Cyber Chill. And then it's like, holy shit, I'm on it like 5 nights a week. Then I had to spread that out.
You were spreading your podcast love almost as much as you were spreading love behind the Circle K, my friend.
By the court.
So so before the break, we did do a little bit of a tease. Oh, go ahead. What you got?
Really quick, Jeff said something in Discord during the break that at the rate Beck is going with copying Jeff and kind of some of the things we do, by June Beck is going to announce he's going to start doing radio plays.
Yeah, I would say you're wrong, but you're probably not.
No.
All right.
We see you, Beck. We see you.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, so most people don't know this because it took me longer to put it together, but I had the idea for a radio network back when I was trying to push some of my stuff as syndication, so I wasn't giving out call letters when I was trying to push stuff to other stations. So I called it the Spark, and it took me forever to get it put together. By the time I started using it, Beck launched the Blaze.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
Well, a lot of people don't know is that we actually had kind of a tie-in with, very loose in that for a while, Fubar was on Mojo 50 when Doc was still alive. And they rebroadcast us because we would do our show on KLRN and then we would set the breaks so that way it would be in Mojo 50 format.
I gotta say, I love having to do that, by the way.
Was that?
I loved the extra exposure, but that was a fucking pain.
Well, the funny thing is, a lot of people don't know the reason why we stopped was because they told us first. When we went to them, they said, "Oh yeah, you can do whatever you want, just fucking run nuts." And then they told us that we kind of had to dial back the swearing, and we said, "No, fuck this, we're out of here."
Well, and that's the whole thing. Doc was the more libertarian of the group, and that's why he's like, I don't really care what you do as long as people are tuning in. And then when Doc died, it all went away. I mean, Mojo, when Doc first launched it, was probably one of the biggest things around, and that's when I found out they were even though it was a tertiary show to something that it wasn't anything that I was directly doing. It was just something that I had helped produce. I was like, oh my God, Doc Thompson wants one of our shows. This is awesome. And then I had to start working with a guy that I had worked with before, who was one of the people who in the beginning, when he was always like, okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. How did you do this? How did you do that? And I was always one of those people in the very beginning. I'm like, dude, I will help you because I'm sure at some point you're going to figure something out, and I'm hoping you'll do the same thing for me. So I was always the one where people would come to me and they would say, how did you do this? How did you do that? And I would walk them through it. And then sure enough, we got to that point, and I'm not going to say his name because I don't even see their morning show popping up anymore. So I don't even know if they're doing it anymore. But they were 3 years ago when I first started doing this full time because I was directly competing with them for a while till I moved my time slot. But he was then there was one of those times when I realized he had figured something out that I was struggling with. So I emailed him like, hey, how did you figure this out? And all I got back was, Well, as much as I appreciate all your help, I'm sure you'll figure it out. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
That is one of the things that has always irritated me about our side, because I get that we like self-reliance. I get that we want people that can pull each other up by their bootstraps. But when you're asking somebody else for help and then they want you to return the favor and you basically give them the finger, nope. Because if I was nice enough to help you, you should have at least returned the favor. But that's all I'm going to
That's
say.
when you want to go back in time and retract all the help that,
Yeah.
But
it's funny because now that we understand how, how timey-wimey things are, I'm wondering if we could eventually learn how to do that, since they keep saying that decisions that we make today can actually impact our past. I really want to figure out how to make
which
that
maybe
work.
the decisions you made today is what impacted your past. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
anyway, what were we? Yeah. Before the break, we were.
Before the break, we were kind of going to be leaning into one of the Pratt ads, this Sacarella Basura taken out to trash. So yeah, they're doing that. And the funny thing is, now that DOJ Barbie is no longer in the picture, federal authorities say they have taken a major swing at the drug trade around Los Angeles's MacArthur Park. 18 defendants have been arrested on federal criminal complaints tied to fentanyl and meth trafficking, while 25 people are charged overall and 7 remain fugitives. Officials say the operation targeted suppliers and street-level dealers working in and around MacArthur Park, an area long associated with homelessness, drug use, and gang activity. Prosecutors say the park sits in heavily contested gang territory, including areas connected to the 18th Street Gang, Crazy Riders Gang, and, of course, everybody's favorite, MS-13. One of the biggest headline details here, law enforcement says they seized about 18 kilograms. For those of you that like freedom fractions better, that's roughly 40 pounds of fentanyl from a residence in Calabasas. Keep in mind, a scraping of fentanyl is enough to kill you, and they seized 40 pounds.
Yeah, that's enough to kill.
Most
of central LA.
I was going to say that could wipe out most of LA. So, remember, these are still allegations, but 40 pounds. So the broader question that I have,
sometimes I wish a motherfucker would.
Yeah, right. Yeah, anyway. So yeah.
We need to eliminate the dumber aspects of our population.
I don't talk about my libertarian leanings much anymore because they've gone full retard, and you don't ever want to do that. But I am honestly a fan of that. I am honestly a fan of legalizing everything and taking all the warning labels off and just letting Darwin sort some shit out.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's, we could solve so many problems if we just took the warning labels off of fucking chainsaws and bleach. Right there.
And I know
I'm fixing the world one retard at a time.
And I know I have made this joke before, but one of the most disturbing things I ever remember seeing was realizing that on the tag of my mom's curling iron, there was a warning that said not for internal use, because they had to put that there because somebody sued them for,
Yeah. Ooh, a warming dildo.
Darwin Award, bitch. Darwin Award. Fun.
Yeah, that's one in a million shot, Doc.
Yeah. Oh man. So, what else you got as we start getting towards the end of the show here?
The Los Angeles mayoral debate's going on right now, and I've just been kind of reading along the live blog over at Red State, and these are some retarded women who are running against Spence. Karen Bass talking. Basically, her and the other woman running for mayor is on the LA City Council right now. So her and Bass really aren't running against each other. It's kind of like, drafting in NASCAR and Formula One kind of thing. Yeah, because they're both in it and they live like a couple blocks from each other. Anyway, yeah, it's just give us more money. That's basically been their whole thing, is just give us more money.
So I know we've talked about this already, but something just occurred to me. When and how did I never notice that this chick that, had warrants served on her today in Virginia looks like the chick from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker?
Right. Looks like one of Madonna. Looks like one of Tyler Perry's characters.
I mean, I'm just saying. It just occurred. I'm like flipping through stuff, and I'm like, "Holy shit! She looks like the little old crazy black lady from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker." Anyway.
Oh, so getting more California news. This story kind of fell off the radar because it was in trial and everything. But that Chinese national who was running a lab in California, in Fresno area, he got indicted today, heavily indicted. He's looking at decades in jail.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah. And it turns out he had another lab out in Vegas too that nobody's talking about.
Oh, did he now?
Yeah. And see, and it was like, yeah, he had a lot of pathogens and everything, but dude was basically just making scam COVID tests. Yeah, they make it sound a lot worse than it is. But yeah, was that Wanda from In Living Color? Jesus Christ, Jeff. Now I can actually see that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's like, dude was just, I mean, he was keeping pathogens in like emptied out Arizona tea gallons and shit. When they raided it, they looked in his refrigerator, and like where he was doing his animal experiments was just like in his living room. And so when he got busted, he moved out to a bigger warehouse facility that was even more unsanitary. And yeah, so he's looking at decades. Which means
wow.
we'll probably trade him for some kid that acted stupidly in China and is in labor prison.
Yeah, probably. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah. How about you? What's your final shot of the night before we go on to what we're watching?
I mean, I don't really know. I do want to give Jeff props because he did tell me that I needed to start getting serious about dropping shorts. I will say this: the Restream Shorts tool seems to work a lot better than the freaking Opus clip thing that I was paying for, because I've dropped 2 in the last 24 hours spaced out and gotten 700 views between the two. So as much as I'm not a fan of the extra work, I do like the extra hits. So there's
now,
that.
real quick, Jeff, I think you were telling me that StreamYard auto generates shorts.
Yeah, Restream does too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, they didn't used to, and then they did. And but the thing I noticed with StreamYard, because I use the two all the time, because BZ uses StreamYard and I'm on with him half the time, and then so does Gene. They have a package where it's kind of baked in. Restream, how they keep their cost lower than everybody else's is you get to pay for all the extra shit that you may or may not want.
Right.
So
you get all card it.
But yeah, so for an extra $20 a month, I think is like 100 shorts. So it's not terrible. I tested it out for like a week and it's working well enough that I guess I'm going to go ahead and start paying for it. So
there you go.
Just now that, we've got a couple of different spots where, we've got one channel sitting at like averaging 3,000 a month and the other now averaging 5,000 a month. So because the two different YouTube channels. So.
Nice.
But anyway, so yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't really have anything else in the news because I mean, I've talked about a lot of it because I did the 2 hours earlier today and then all this. But yeah, as far as what I've been watching, watched the season finale of The Rookie last night, and for about a half a second, I was like, they're gonna leave us with a happy cliffhanger for the first time in 8 seasons, and then they said no, bastards. Because they do a cliffhanger every season, and just for once, I was like, they're actually going to leave us on a positive note, thinking about what's going to happen with these two's future. And then they said nope. And yeah, so, but it was terrifying to me because I realized I'm in some sort of a time hole since my divorce. Because when I realized this show's been on for 8 years, I was like, well, I guess so, since I've been divorced now for 6. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Has it really been 6 years? Oh my God. But it's because everything's always so busy now. And it's funny because I see family members posting all the time. They're like, it feels like it was just January 5 seconds ago and it's already May. What the hell's going on? And then another family member in there is like, yeah, time is not normal anymore. It's going by really, really fast. So I'm again, I think that may have something to do. I'm still, I know giving Jeff 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I blame CERN.
Yeah.
Waiting for CERN is innocent to appear anytime now.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, they haven't been innocent for a while. Other than that, I've kind of been watching anime stuff today because I was exhausted. Because for some reason I hadn't been sleeping the last couple of nights, and I've been trying to work on some plumbing stuff that I thought I had fixed that wasn't quite fixed after all. So I turned on Airwolf while I was trying to take a nap, just because I was like, hey, I forgot the Roku channel actually has Airwolf. And yeah, I forgot. It's weird because you remember when we were kids and it was always, this thing of like the A-Team, they would fire like a bazillion shots and nobody would ever get hit.
Yeah.
Nobody ever got hurt. The pilot of Airwolf was not that way. And then it became that way later.
The pilot of Airwolf, if I remember right, was kind of like it was kind of like the pilot of Battlestar Galactica, where it was just designed to be like a 2-episode miniseries or something like that. And then, it's funny. Talk about Airwolf, though. Somebody tagged me in a thread because, I've got this running meme about how the 80s were the highlight of rotary wing aircraft television. And it's the first time I actually went out searching for, because they had hit me with I forgot how hard the Airwolf intro theme was. So I went and found the Blue Thunder TV show intro theme. And I remember watching the show. But what I didn't remember was that Dana Carvey was in it, Dick Butkus, and Bubba Smith.
Yep.
That is just fucking quality television. That should still be on the air after 40 years.
Well, I still firmly believe that the Blue Thunder television show was a Mandela effect because I found it years later. I think it was on Crackle when I found it. But yeah, the funny thing about that show is it was basically just a vehicle for them to reuse stock footage that they paid a bunch for from the movie, and they were trying to get usage out of it. So yeah, because the entire, like almost every fight scene or flight scene in that series was stock footage from the movie.
Well, it's not like they had the helicopter access. I mean,
I know.
Which, by the way, that for those of you who don't know, that was a French-made helicopter. It was actually badass and never actually did anything. It was France's version of the Apache.
I wonder. I don't remember what the name.
I think it fired more rounds in the TV show than it actually fired in real life.
Well, I mean, it's the French, so they're the only thing that thing did on a regular basis was drop white flags.
Probably lost a bunch of them in Algiers or something. I don't mean lost that they got shot down. I mean they just abandoned them.
But yeah, no, I mean, and again, and it's been a few years since I watched it. I forgot how dark the pilot actually was, and
yeah, Airwolf was fucking dark.
So, and I don't know how I never noticed. That whole thing when he's like trying to serenade the eagle to try, and that whole thing he's playing on the cello. That's basically the riff of the Airwolf theme slowed way the fuck down.
Nice.
And I somehow never noticed until now. I was like, wait, that's the same damn song, just much, much slower. What the hell?
That's amazing what you pick up on in old age.
Yeah, the other thing that I somehow never connected, because I'm watching the pilot, right, and it's right before Moffat like goes nuts and starts shooting up the testing range. For like that whole opening scene somehow, and keep in mind, I watched that entire series when I was a kid. I watched it a couple of different times, even since then. Watching it today was the first time that I ever realized Archangel wasn't fucked up until that incident. It's like, wait a minute, where's his black eyeglass and where's his cane? I'm like, oh wait, shit, I forgot they shoot the fuck up out of this place. And after that, he has the limp and shit. So yeah. I was like, huh, how did I never notice that when I was a kid? But here we are.
G just tagged me in a tweet. The Lego version of the California high-speed rail, 0 pieces. It's just desert.
Yeah, monorail.
Monorail.
All right. So in the last couple of minutes that we got, have you actually been watching anything, or do I even need to ask?
Okay, you know what? I turned on The Boys the other night just to see if it was still worth watching. Since everybody's superpower comes from their dick or ass now, it's not.
I never
a lot of
really
dick in that show now.
I never could get into that one. I think it's because remember how long it took me to get into the Ryan Reynolds comic book movie thing for some reason I can't think of the name of his character. But because it was just completely like stupid and raunchy, it took me forever to get into it. But eventually the humor kind of won me over as I kept there's not enough humor in that show to win me over. It's just not there.
No,
And
The Boys first season was good. Second season was all right. Now I'm just like, why? Who is this for anymore?
And this is coming from somebody who likes Carl Urban and most of the things that he's done. Likes Jensen Ackles and most of the things that he's done. Likes can't think of his name right now. Played his brother, and was a big fan of him playing his brother in Supernatural. Not a big fan of him playing the pussed out version of Walker Texas Ranger. But yeah, liked them alone separately in a lot of different things. But never even really could try to turn it on with them in it. And this is keeping in mind that Jensen Ackles occasionally does a guest spot on another show I watch, Tracker, where he's basically playing the non-supernatural hunting version of Dean, including having the cool ass black car, which I thought was kind of cool. It's like they're giving him Easter eggs, which is awesome. But yeah, it's one of those. I knew him win things because I remember when he was playing Eric Brady in Days of Our Lives. So that was forever ago. So anyway,
so what have we learned tonight?
California may or may not be able to save itself. Really cool political ads are awesome, and DOJ Barbie sucks. What about you? What did you learn?
I learned that red wine and Hall's cough drops taste like ass together.
Yeah, you could have just asked me. I would have told you that.
No, I had, I'm one of those people who has to find out for himself, and I'm struggling through it right now. So, yeah. Halls with mentholyptus. Whatever the fuck that is.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah, that's what I learned tonight.
Yeah, well, part of it was probably that whole mentholyptus thing.
Yeah. Yeah, did they even put that on there anymore? Nope.
No, old people still use it, but I don't count myself as one of those, so no, I don't.
Boy, do I.
Well,
I smell like biofreeze and regret.
You have a very physical job, and I am proud of you for that because I couldn't do that anymore. I'm way too broken.
I do love it. But like I said, the other day I'm working in the snow. Today it's 90. I don't know how to dress for work. I just show up in layers ready to shed. I'm like a snake or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. I'm a nope rope.
And I did finally notice in one of the chats, Sean did say that he is still dead in the water machine wise. So we are the closing act for the evening. Speaking of which, now that I've done this for a split shift of 6 hours today, where can people find you?
Thanks for asking. You can find me as surprisingly still Ordnance Packard on Twitter. You can find me Friday night on the Curse of Stephaneros. Saturday night we'll be recording our next episode, and then Sunday you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, where we will be talking Krull.
Oh, I love
How about
that
you?
movie.
Where can people find more? Yeah.
You guys may have finally may have finally gotten me to watch one. I gotta admit, I was gonna go find Star Crash and watch it, but then everything got crazy for me in the weekend.
No, you got to watch it just for Carolyn Monroe.
Well, that's one.
For no other reason. Yeah. Also, Star Wars ripped it off.
So
I'm convinced.
So I do want to say this. I'm really pissed off that the hot chick in Wing Commander 3 knows your name.
Right?
Mad about that. Mad about that.
She knows. Yeah, she knows all about ordnance. Giggity.
Yeah.
See, and she's a worker too. She's a mechanic. She knows things.
So yeah, apparently, Janelle had no idea that the guy playing Todd Maniac Marshall was Biff from Back to the Future. She's
Right.
like, I kept trying to figure out why everybody was calling him Biff. Are you telling me that's actually Biff? I'm like, yes, that's Thomas.
Yeah,
Wilson.
that's Biff.
That's Biff. Which is funny because the other guy that you were asking about is another Back to the Future alum, and he was also in Children of the Corn. So
Yeah, Eric Stolz.
Nah, it was something. That wasn't the name. I don't remember
No,
what
that
it
was
was.
Eric Stolz. It was Eric Stolz originally had the role that in Back to the Future.
Anyway, but yeah. So did
Yeah.
you give your whole where we could find your spiel and stuff? I think. we
Yeah,
might-
this week I got a light week this week, so yeah.
Okay, I just making
about
sure
you?
because it didn't seem very long, but I thought you might have said
No,
something.
'cause the way my schedule's set up now, it's weird. I mean, we did this for my old work schedule, and with my new work schedule, I may have to anyway, not readjust things, but anyway. But yeah, so it's like I have my light week, which is just Men Explained Poorly, this, Curse of Stephaneros, and Vincent Charles Project. Then I have my heavy week, which is I have Monday off. I'm basically you that week.
Well, I just realized I think you might have gotten part of that wrong because I'm pretty sure next week is the second Wednesday. So we do have Toxic.
Right. Yeah. So that means, because next week is my heavy week, and then I also have Toxic in that too.
Okay. So I was just making sure that we were on the same page.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway, so as far as where you can find me for the remainder of this week, no daily show tomorrow. Jen and Rick will hopefully be back tomorrow night. And since it's the off week for Jux, I think I have to push buttons for the Disasters crew at 7 tomorrow, I think. And then Friday night, he said, she said, but before
No, there's
that,
no Disasters tomorrow. Paul's off.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I forgot. Brad was supposed to be hitting me up with movie suggestions and never did. So I guess we're not doing one.
Yeah, Brad hit me. Well, I mean, Brad hit me up to see if we wanted to do a makeup culture because we didn't do last week, and there's no way I can make it in time. So,
okay. Anyway, yeah, trying to figure out the scheduling. So anyway, but before we do, he said, she said on Friday nights, which is our usual thing, 8:30 p.m. Eastern with the lovely Aggie Regan. I have the Rick Robinson show at noon and the Weekend News Roundup at 3, and then Saturday, I think I'm off because if I remember it, we had to punt last week. So
yeah,
I'm
we
back
pulled
around.
last week, and we're doing the record. We're doing this week's recording of the Curse of Stephaneros on Saturday.
Yeah, so Jux won't be until the following. But I think that's it as far as everywhere else.
Light week too.
As far as everywhere else you can find me, I'm RowdyRick73 on X still, but I never get suspended because I'm not that guy. Just kidding. Somebody had to say it though. At KLR Radio, where you can find all of our work on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, and you can also find us on Rumble, even though they made me file under the name American Podcast Network because they didn't like to call letters for some reason. And I also write for MisfitsPolitics.com occasionally, LoftusParty.com occasionally, and Twitchy. I'm hopefully going to be writing for again tomorrow. I'd planned on doing it today, then woke up and had to deal with a roommate that had to get rushed to the hospital again. It's dead. So fun times. Fun times. All right. On that note, we got to go. I need sleep. Bye, everybody.
I'm tired, boss. Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion. Just a reminder, that's it for the night. Sean will hopefully be back next week. I may reach out and see if he needs any technical support or something, since I used to do that crap back in the day. Maybe. I don't know. Bye, everybody.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!